never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it's about that time. Ready to roll into a Friday? What's it going to be? Let's see here. November 5, 5th day of November for 2021. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Hope you've had a good week. We now anticipate the weekend. Yeah, what's on tap this weekend? Well, of course, yeah, plenty of college football. First weekend of college action with the BCS rankings that came out earlier this week. A lot of folks surprised by that first BCS breakdown. More on that coming up here. I had almost forgotten. It was actually horse feathers reminded me this past morning. We were chatting after the program. He said, you got kind of a anniversary coming up there Friday morning. Said, what do you mean, anniversary? Said, think back 1 year ago. Said, you're right. I had almost forgotten. Well, I had forgotten. 1 year ago today, technically it would have been November the 6th, 1 year ago today. But it was a Friday. Normal day like any other. 3 days after the presidential election, following up on the fallout. Joe Biden won. Did he win? Was the election stolen? Remember those discussions? Come home on a Friday morning like any other day, and the phone rang about, I guess it was about 8:30 that morning. That was the morning this particular program, well, I should say that particular program, November of a year ago, was my final morning with my previous employer. All right, yeah, I'll work on resetting the app here. Somebody said the app's not working. I'll just do a quick reset on that, and it should pop right up. Meanwhile, so panic ensues. I had not been in that position, unemployed. I had worked for WLW for 23, working on it was close to 24 years of memory serve. Started in 1996, so do the math. And so started making some phone calls. And one of the first individuals that I contacted was a gentleman by the name of Eric Dieters. I mean, first thing that crossed my mind is, why was I let go? It was in the height, which really it hasn't ended, the height of the cancel culture. You can't say this, you can't say that. Everything's offensive to someone. Had been getting complaints issued in San Antonio. There's haters out there, by the way. Not everybody loves Steve Sommers. And so long story short, I called Eric Dieters, sat down the following morning. It was on a Saturday morning. I think we met somewhere 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. We were sitting at a Frisch's over in Covington, Kentucky, holding discussions about what to do next. And he kind of blindsided me with, "Hey, Steve, I'll give you a job. What were you making? I'll cover that." I was kind of floored by that. And the next individual I called after meeting with him was none other than Chris Gabrelchik. And as it all came together over the coming days, Chris was very interested in putting something together. I had explained how the oddities of the previous visit, he had come into the studio and he had talked about, he'd always kind of had a dream of having his own program. What would it cost me to do a radio show of my own, was his question. So that had just kind of stuck out in my mind. I thought, I'll just give it a shot in the dark. I'll give Chris a call, and the rest is kind of history. But I gave the Bulldog a call this past day in light of the fact that it was 1 year ago, and I said, would you mind maybe coming on and saying hi to us Friday morning? Do you stay up late like the midnight hour? And sure enough, I look up and here he is. What's going on, Bulldog?
You're going on, Steve. I tell you, you are an institution in what you do, and I am so happy that you have found a wonderful home that you've found. And I'm glad that I was an option, but I'm glad you found the option that you ended up going with, because I'm excited how it's worked out for you. But, you and I are in the same club, formerly being on the air over there.
Yes.
But we have, we may not have that 50,000 watts, but we sure do have freedom.
That makes a difference. It's much more relaxing to be able to, say what you want to say, and, having a boss that says, hey, I'm with you. I'm behind you 100%. And when you made that offer, you said, that was one of the things you pointed out. I can offer you freedom. But for those who don't, for those out there in my audience, those who came to us from the previous program, at 700 probably know who you are. But the Bulldog, Eric Dieters, well known in the Cincinnati area, as he said, used to host and fill in for Cunningham and other hosts at 700 for a number of years. But you started your own venture, and you've got a live broadcast, and I think you've been trying to expand that some. What's going on with the Bulldog Nation?
Well, what I decided to do, I was at 700 WLW radio for 4 years, backing up Willie, as well as doing weekends, holidays. I did the night show a lot. And I'll always be grateful for that opportunity that Daryl Parks gave to me, because it did allow me to, expand as a personality in greater Cincinnati. But what I decided to do in this, since then, I left there, you're just been gone 1 year, But, this whole thing of podcasting and the internet and the platforms. So what I've done is I've created a Bulldog Media Company, which our motto is Americans Fighting for America. And we're on all platforms. We do Facebook, although this is hysterical. I'm currently suspended. I have 80,000 followers on Facebook. I'm currently suspended 30 days for posting an historical quote, which is funny. But we are on YouTube. I have 12,000 subscribers on YouTube, have nearly 6,000 subscribers on Rumble. And we've recently started BulldogTV.com, which, you cannot get canceled. But I love the freedom. But even now in this freedom world, you still have to worry about things. For example, when we talk about the vax now, Steve, we put all of our vax comments on Rumble. We don't put those on YouTube or Facebook. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but it's like you got to play that rule. But we just started BulldogTV.com, which is our own internet channel. And the idea is that we cannot get canceled. And what we're doing is, I do the Bulldog Show. I comment about politics every day. It's under 10 minutes. I mean, on the Bulldog Show, you can just tune in and I will comment about everything going on in the news in 10 minutes. And then I do usually a legal commentary on legal issues. And in addition to that, we'll do something about the vax, which is something that's pretty hot. But, we want to add to that other shows, like, expand out from that. But we've only, this is funny that this is your 1 year anniversary. We have done this show and for 1 year. In other words, we opened up our studio a week ago. It's just been 1 week. So we kind of share a 1 year anniversary of it. So I'm excited. And Steve, I want to tell you something. This is probably a year overdue. I want you to know that at Bulldog Media, we will begin promoting your show. You're a friend, and we'll have to just open up lines of communication. And because I know you and I believe the same as far as the political scene out there. And you're an icon. I mean, when you're talking about truckers and you're talking about American politics and what truckers are going through now with this administration, it's great that whole community has you to be a voice for them. And you do a hell of a job doing it.
Going back that year ago when I sat down with you, we were kind of talking about, we discussed you could do a different time of day kind of thing. And same question came up with Chris Gabrelchik. And I said, I've been doing overnights. That's the people that have followed me for all those years. And I just kind of alluded to, I think we should stick with those who brought you to the show, So I stuck with the overnight hours, which it does get kind of old being up all night long every night, but I've settled into it because I've been doing it for so many years. But yeah, our audience continues to grow. I don't have numbers quite like you do, but maybe you can help me throw a few of your listeners my way for those that are up during the overnight hours. That would be a blessing to me for sure. But
that is, you did the right thing because that's your people. I don't know how we can work this, but if there's a way that we can put your show on our platform, just put it on our platform and promote it, for nothing. I mean, we'll just do that because you could help bring listeners to us in the overnight hours, and that helps you. We're more than happy to do it. Because you know what I say, Steve? I've coined this phrase. You know what? We're teammates. Let me give you an example. You and me and all the pundits out there that are on our side, like Candace Owens, Donald Trump Jr., on and on and on. We're all teammates on this side of where we are in this country. And we got to stick together. And anything and everything that we can do to help each other, to fight the battles and fight the cause that we're fighting, it's a good thing to do. And so I see you as a teammate, and I would just, we can help each other promote. But you made the right decision. I always joke that these are my people. Well, those overnight hour people are your people, Steve. They're your people.
Yes. Well, speaking of fighting the fight and the battle, what do you think? Tuesday, was that the shot across the bow for the Democrats in this nation about what may transpire like 1 year from now, November of 22? What do you think of how things unfolded in Virginia, Bulldog?
Well, I just think it's fabulous. The one thing, and I always like to be original, the one thing that I want to stress to people about Tuesday is Tuesday happened for 3 reasons. One, how absolutely awful the Biden administration has been in 10 months. And I don't need to go through the laundry list. Your listeners know that. Number 2, the enthusiasm of the Trump Republican voter. And then number 3, which was that race specific, is when Terry McAuliffe made that terrible mistake about the comment about parents and education. But I can't stand when the national pundits, both, you have people like Meghan McCain and those types, and then also the Democratic, the MSNBC and CNN types, that try to discount the Trump factor. Because the reality of it is when that race started, nobody knew who Youngkin was. Youngkin was a sacrificial lamb. He was not going to win that race. So, that kind of an election, Biden and Trump are the big, and it doesn't mean that Youngkin's not a good candidate and doesn't run a good race, but let's face it, if Joe Biden was doing great this first 10 months and there wasn't an enthusiasm about Trump, but I hate when they try to minimize Trump. Like, for example, when they say Trump lost Virginia by 10 points. Well, what would you think would happen, Steve Sommers, if there was a Virginia election today between Trump and Biden? We know that Trump wouldn't lose Virginia by 10 points if it was
correct.
Today.
Yep.
And, I just hate when the haters try to minimize Donald Trump. He is the leader of the Republican Party. He's the one who brings the enthusiasm. His supporters like me bring the enthusiasm. And, McConnell and others can try to discount that factor, but they shouldn't discount it because the enthusiasm of the Trump voter is big. And let's face it, Biden has been so bad, I obviously 2022 is going to be great, but Steve, and I know you feel the same way, what he's done in 10 months,
right?
And the response is double down. I mean, they plan more than they're like, oh God, we need to do more. So it's not like they're waking up and saying, oh, let's change things. So it's really scary of where we'll be by time November. And of course, if you win in November a year from now, you don't take office for another month. So it scares me. If he's done what he's done in 10 months, where are we in 13 more months? It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So speaking of Donald Trump, do you think he's actually going to run for 2024, or would it be a good thing? I mean, I have questions or reservations in my mind. As divisive as and hateful as the liberals and the left had been for 4 years, nonstop investigations looking to impeach, would it be worth it for him to even try to do that?
Here is what I can give you some inside information. At Freedom Fest, we had, which was a great success. It was on September 11th out on our farm. We had 8,000 people show up. And we had Kimberly Guilfoyle and Tommy Lahren as speakers. And Kimberly Guilfoyle was so personal and delightful. And we had some private conversations before she spoke and after she spoke. And Kimberly Guilfoyle told us that he's running. He's running. So that comes from Donald Jr.'s girlfriend who says he is running. So here is my thoughts about Trump running again. I am like so many Trump supporters who say to themselves, you know what? It would be nice if Donald Trump maybe didn't do X, Y, and Z and just stick to those policies and all that. But you know what? It is who he is. And for example, I'm glad he did what he did to Hillary Clinton because we need somebody to call her out. So every candidate is not perfect. So I think that just like, there's many Trump supporters that'll say, I just wish he didn't say things the way he would say them because I love his policy. Well, I think that, we just got to take that. So I really do think that he's going to run. I really do think that, unlike Hillary Clinton, who felt like she owed it, the way that he got screwed from the very beginning with all these BS investigations and all the impeachment and then the mail-in ballots and the COVID, it's almost like it would be poetic justice for him to be the next Grover Cleveland and come back and win another term. And I do think, Steve, there just is nobody that generates. They were talking about McCullough for generating 1,000 people showing up. Well, we know what kind of crowds that Donald Trump, gets going. And I think what his credibility will be unmatched, Steve, because Trump's going to get to go out there and say, I told you about this guy. I warned you about this guy. Yep. I had an energy independent. Look what he did. And he can go down. I had a secure border. Look what he did. And I just think that would Ron DeSantis and a Kristi Noem ticket be incredible and be a winner? Sure. But Trump is the King Kong of the Republican Party. And if he wants to run for president, let him run. And I think he will win. Because, but Kimberly Guilfoyle said he's running. I mean, she point blank told me he's running.
Okay. All right. And it'll be interesting to see. I mean, he's 75 now. Is that right? So he'd be what? He'll be Biden's age, 78 by that point in time. But obviously he's much healthier than Joe Biden. I mean, he's never been a drinker, never been a smoker. He's always taken care of himself. So, and mentally, obviously.
And he has said that. He has said that, Steve. He said the only thing that'll keep him from running was a call from the doctor that tells him that you can't run. Okay. You know what he's got? He's got too much pride. I think he's just so angry at what happened to him that he wants revenge. I just think he wants revenge.
Well, you can't blame him, that's for sure. Well, it's interesting times we live in, Bulldog. So for our listening friends, the Bulldog Nation, where do you find you? I know you said you got your Facebook, your YouTube channel. What is it? Is it Bulldog Nation or?
Here's what it is. You can find me on bulldogtv.com, but we also have apps, and we have apps for two things that are free that you can download. One is the Bulldog Show, and you can subscribe to the Bulldog Show on YouTube and Rumble. But you can download the app of the Bulldog Show, and you're going to find this really interesting. We also have something called the Bulldog Reports. And what I did, Steve, call me crazy, but when the Drudge Report went left, which to this day, I'm like, what the heck happened to the Drudge Report? So what we did is we've created the Bulldog Reports, which is a repository for conservative, pro-Trump, libertarian news, which our team picks. And to be candid with you, it is like a repository of, Breitbart, Daily Wire, Fox News. We scroll about 30 sites and we pull out what we think is the best, and we put that on a site. So we actually have a repository, which is a pro-Trump conservatory news site. So if somebody wants to check out what's going on in the world and they don't want to, screen through all the BS. By the way, we always post the most woke stuff to make fun of them. I mean, every day it's crazy. So we basically have three main sites. We've got bulldogtv.com, which is a platform, the Bulldog Show, which is there's an app and on YouTube and Rumble, and Bulldog Reports. And then, of course, Facebook, social media. We're on Gab. We're on Instagram. I have 50,000 followers on TikTok. We do a little bit of everything. And it's exciting, and we've built it all within 1 year. And the game plan and the idea is just to keep grinding it out. And then you never know when boom, magic hits, and you go national, and that's the dream.
Well, speaking of vaccine mandates, I guess so Biden is announcing we're going to save Christmas so we can come and kill us all come January the 4th, I guess, is the new deadline. So you've been representing and standing up for some of the healthcare workers there in northern Kentucky. Howard, is this ultimately going to be deemed legal to force people to take these shots like this?
Well, I can tell it's a shame what happened with us. We drew a federal judge in Northern Kentucky that was appointed by George Bush 43. And he simply decided when we tried to get an injunctive relief, he said, oh, too bad, these hospitals are private companies. And then we drew Judge Timothy Black in Cincinnati. He's an Obama appointee, and he just went along those same lines. So now those cases are still proceeding on behalf of the 6 major Cincinnati healthcare institutions: St. E's Christ, Tri-Health, Mercy Hospital, UC Health, and Children's. So we're going forward with those cases. But this is one of the things that we focus on. What these courts have been doing is they're just saying, too bad, private employer, they have a right to say yes or no. Well, these hospitals get so much money from Medicare, Medicaid, and they get these mandates from the government, and they don't have shareholders. These are nonprofit hospitals. They're not private shareholders. So for them to act like, I mean, come on, these hospitals are quasi-public bodies. And we made that argument, which the district judges have ignored, but we plan on taking that argument all the way up. We're arguing that these hospitals are not private employers. These hospitals are, in fact, quasi-public employers. They get money from it, and they don't have shareholders. They're supposed to be community-based, to supply the health care. And times have changed. And then what they've done is that Jacobson case that was in 1905 in Massachusetts, where the vaccine mandate was okay. Well, that isn't the smallpox. That isn't the same as what's going on now. So these courts are using a 1905 U.S. Supreme Court case. But where it goes, I don't know, Steve. The U.S. Supreme Court really disappoints me. Some of these Trump appointees, like Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett, they've already been won over by the liberals on the court. And this U.S. Supreme Court refuses. It's like the election. I think it was awful that this U.S. Supreme Court didn't take the election and say, okay, we're the U.S. Supreme Court. We're going to make a decision. So they choose not to take cases. So far, we've not had any luck in the tri-state fighting for these healthcare workers. But I'm telling you right now, these healthcare workers, it is so tragic. 30-year careers, and they've been told you get the vax or you lose your job. And it's just plain flat out wrong. As they like to say, they went from heroes to zeros, Steve.
Yep. Well, the truck drivers are in the same exact boat. The Truckload Carriers Association, with yesterday's announcement, and they're sounding the alarms. They said, you think we've got supply chain issues right now. The TCA said come January 4th, thousands of truck drivers are no longer going to be driving trucks. And this really could come back. The unintended consequences, you call it. It could really bite them in the ass.
Right. And the shortage, when we have supply chain crisis already, to do this to the trucking industry, to do it to any of these industries, I coined this phrase, Steve, political Munchausen. If you're not familiar, political Munchausen by proxy is where like a parent will make the kid sick and then act like a hero to save them. Well, this Biden administration does political Munchausen by proxy. They take issues like energy independence and then make us dependent upon the Saudis and Russians. They take the border, which is safe, and then they create the problem. So here we have, what do they do with our economy? Lockdowns, then supply chain issues. Well, the solution is not, absolutely not, forcing mandates upon truckers. I mean, it's insanity. It's like a runaway nightmare, and there's no common sense to it, and it's just wrong. And then they have that flippant attitude, like, oh, we're sorry you have to wait for your treadmill. That's the attitude that comes out. Truckers are the backbone of transportation in this country. We all know that those cargo comes in from those shipping ports, but to get those products from those ports out to everybody in the country, we know who does it. It's the truckers. I mean, these truckers. I mean, the Amazon. I mean, sure, we have cargo jets, we have big shipping ports, but you know what? Once they come in, how do they get from the airports to the consumers and the retailers and the wholesalers? the trucking industry. Why would you ever mess with that? It is government stupidity, but that's what this administration is all about. I mean, it makes no sense whatsoever. No sense.
Same scenario with the healthcare industry. We spent a year complaining about we're overworking, we're overwhelming the doctors and the nurses, and they're the heroes, and we're trying to keep the emergency rooms and got to have open beds. And we're going to now go to the point of firing doctors and nurses, which is going to exacerbate the problem of not having enough healthcare workers.
Yes, and let me just share an insight for your listeners on that front. These healthcare workers are so mad at corporate healthcare that they are leaving in droves, even despite the mandate. So in other words, a lot of these people are like, you know what, mandate or not, I've had enough of this. But there is such severe shortages in these hospitals. It has nothing to do with COVID. It has to do with these mandates and these nurses and these healthcare workers saying, hey, I'm not going to get this vax. And then the ones that get the religious exemption are like, I don't really care about these tests that they're making us do. But I can tell you that in these hospitals, they have absolutely just pissed off 33% to 40% of their workforce, because even those that have gotten vaxxed are like, we're not happy that we had to do this. But it has created massive problems, the medical malpractice. I mean, Steve, I have 4,500 emails from people that work in these hospitals on my vax email list. So I'm getting information from these healthcare workers every single day. And it's amazing. Let me give you an example. Like yesterday, I got an email from somebody at Christ Hospital, and they said they're bringing in 28 travel nurses this week. So they're bringing in nurses from other countries. They're bringing in these nurses, and that's not the same kind of healthcare. So what they're creating is a nightmare inside these hospitals, the medical malpractice. They've had to cancel surgeries. I got something from a children's hospital nurse. They're canceling surgeries through December unless it's an emergency.
Okay.
I mean, just like the lockdown, for the last 2 years where people didn't go get their screening for cancer. So then 2 years later, they get screened for cancer. They say, hey, now you're cancer stage 4 when it could have been caught at stage 1. Those unintended consequences are just incredible. I mean, Steve, it makes your head want to explode, doesn't it?
It does.
I mean, it's just no common sense.
Well, we went from the beginning where it came out of Joe Biden's mouth and it came out of Fauci's mouth. They all said, we're not going to mandate. We're not going to make this. It's always going to be your choice. Boy, the goalposts sure have moved, haven't they?
They sure have moved. And you know what? They call us crazy. If it doesn't make sense and there's no science behind it. For example, these healthcare workers, Steve, have worked in these hospitals for 2 years without being vaxxed, and it was fine. I mean, so it makes no sense. It's about two things. It's about money and government control. These hospitals are trying to keep the government happy, Joe Biden happy, GE with those government contracts, trying to keep the government happy. That's what it's all about. It's about control and it's about money. And it's sickening. And, I think this country is going to, going back to the original question, Tuesday night was an example of the boomerang that's happening on the Democratic Party and the Biden administration. I mean, for them to not only win Virginia, but for them to sweep the offices of Attorney General, the Lieutenant Governor, and then to almost win in New Jersey. And how about that trucker that beat the Democratic Senate leader?
That's great. Yep.
Oh my! Is that not the best, Steve?
People were ready for change, and I think this is just the beginning of a great awakening. I do believe.
Absolutely. You know what? They might be woke, but we have wakened up.
Yep. Well, Bulldog, I so appreciate you picking up my call this past day. I just took a shot in the dark, and I said, it'd be a good time to see if Eric wants to come say hi to us and whatnot. So he picked up like on the first ring of the phone. I was like, whoa, that's great. And then you got my email, so you dialed in tonight, and I so much appreciate you staying up late to chat with us tonight. Maybe we can do it more often.
We should do it more often. I want to let you know that tomorrow I will start promoting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And if there's any way that we can put your show on Bulldog TV, no charge, no nothing, anything that we can do, we will help you. And if anybody from your team needs to get a hold of me, I have not only do you have my phone number, I got the easiest email. Remember, it's eric@ericdieters.com. So we're happy to help you. And I'm honored, Steve, that you called me today to be on your show.
There you go. 1 year ago today. It was, what a change. Well, all right. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. And check out the Bulldog Nation. And I'll get a hold of you, or I'll have Chad get a hold of you. Maybe we can work together a bit and get things rolling. Cross promotion is the word. All right, there you go. Bulldog, have a great Friday and a super weekend. And nice of him to check in. So we'll get our news break here. I thought we'd jump right into that because he took the time out to give us a ring at this late night hour on a Friday morning. We'll get to some of our travelers' weather. And yes, indeed, the Truckload Carriers Association, and as I was mentioning to Bulldog there, they did issue a dire warning this past day about the supply chain. With this newly released, the draft of the vaccine rule, no exemptions for members of the trucking industry. Here it comes. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Votes on President Biden's domestic agenda could come soon, according to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
The president supports Speaker Pelosi and is behind any timing she feels is right.
The government is setting a January 4th deadline for big companies to make workers get their COVID shots. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky on Capitol Hill.
We know the most disruptive thing in a workforce is to have a COVID outbreak and to have workers in that workforce come down with COVID infection, severe disease, and in some cases death.
OSHA officials say this, like other occupational safety and health administration rules that apply to the workplace, will be voluntarily complied with. Any non-compliant companies could face penalties of nearly $14,000 per violation. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellaraelectronic.com or visit them on
At
Facebook.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's the number to call. We'll get to your calls coming up here on a Friday. If you want to jump on board, welcome in. Let's see. Let me get over to my screen chat before it kicks the bucket, which every once in a while it likes to do. And I lose all the comments from all of our listening friends. Out of the box this morning, Deborah jumped in right out of the box. Morning, Steve, and all the truck drivers out there. Especially my favorite one who listens every night. It's going to be a beautiful day in Indy today. Great to have you with us, Deborah. Richard on board from Central Florida, 63 degrees. Good Friday, Steve. Fly Rod checking in. Morning, Fly Rod. Oh, there's Dimebag Denny checking in from Canton, Georgia. Big Fred says you can still kiss his ass, Mr. Cucumber. Good old Dimebag Denny. Crazy Ray on board, West Michigan checking in on this fantastic Friday. You got a 37-degree temperature there. Gilligan's on board. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. 35 clear in Christiansburg, Virginia. Going to be a cold one on I-81. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. Hello to Terry, Timothy, and Rocky Mount, Virginia. 32 degrees. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Headed to West Point, Nebraska with 70 steers. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the land of Lincoln tonight. TGIF, Steve, have a great weekend. That's Mike from Beaver Creek. Morning, Mike. John is on board back to Wentzville, Missouri tonight. Last drop at General Motors and back to Ohio for the weekend. Got a cool evening here, a nippy 36 degrees with clear skies. Hey, don't forget with those clear skies out there tonight. Tonight is pretty much the peak night of I think it's the Southern Torrids peaking tonight. And they tend to produce some very, very beautiful fireballs. If you're out there running out in the middle of nowhere with you got clear skies, look for those shooting stars, but keep your eye on the road at the same time. Michigan Madman checking in. Hello to Chevy Guy. Got the garbage throwing daddy checking in. Let's have a good Friday out there, guys and gals. Keep your sticks on the ice. Hello to Pappy. Pappy says, well, look where you are now after that 1 year. Bulldog, welcome, Bulldog, good people, he says. Mr. Q listening in this morning. Captain Ron is on board. Bo, good morning, Steve. 95 northbound, Enfield, North Carolina, where it's clear, 38 degrees. And FWLW. Linda Jack checking in. Morning, Steve, and the real workers of America that make this world keep moving. Great to be able to listen to the wonderful stories tonight. Hanging in there. Oh, that's Lucky Penny. All right, Lucky Penny, good to hear from you. Yep. Let's see. Hey, Overnight Drive Nation, Ramblers on board tonight. I'm back. I'll be giving you a call later in the morning to say hello. Hillbilly Tex is on board. Hello to Evan. Mary Ann is in the house, checking in from Southwest Ohio. Hi there, Mary Ann. Afternoon from Larry. Everybody hammer down. Be safe out there. Let's see. Jay says, I like Trump, but I'm kind of with you, Steve. Yeah, him running in 24. I don't know if that'd be the greatest. It might be a disaster because some people hate Trump so much that they would actually vote for a Democrat. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess we saw that in some cases last year. Yeah, some actually voted for Joe Biden because they'd vote for anyone but Donald Trump. But at this point in time, you got to say many of those who did that, they've got to have buyer's remorse. Are you happy with the decision you made? I don't think any of them could say they are. All right, hello to, well, there's Sylvester on board. We had some folks asking about you in recent days. He says, hello, Steve. Love the show as always. Got 68 degrees in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. And Kelly, good to have you on board. Burbank will be speaking at the Remembrance Service for Larry Goshorn of Pure Prairie League this Sunday at the Madison Theater in Covington, Kentucky. Okay. Thanks for the heads up there. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. 38 degrees here in Rochester, New York. Cloudy skies, waiting for my load back to Youngstown. Michael says, great to hear the Bulldog. Yes. Let's see. Carnivore Keto Trucker. Morning from Milton, Florida. 57 degrees. That's here in the panhandle of Florida. Yeah, looks like you're going to be getting some rain there, and lots of it over the next 24 hours. Much of Florida. Looking at the radar scene, looking out over the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, the rain is stacked up. Matter of fact, rains have already begun to move in to the western portions of Florida at this hour, and during the overnight hours and on through the day, Friday. Rain and lots of it. Matter of fact, we've already got in central Florida. I'm kind of zooming in here. It's already raining in from Orlando down to Cape Coral, raining in Tampa. But the rain shield extends all the way out into the central Gulf of Mexico. If you drew a line from, say, all the way over to New Orleans, southward into the central Gulf, that's how far out in the Gulf that rain that is all streaming toward Florida extends. So let's jump into our traveler's weather. We start right there. The storm over the Gulf of Mexico that already has a history of flooding rain over the southern plains is now setting its sights on the Sunshine State and the Southeast. Yeah, parts of Florida going to be facing soaking downpours during what is typically, this is the driest month of the year. And much of the Southeast will be enduring coastal hazards as this storm could potentially even take on some tropical characteristics. We've got cold air pouring across the Southeast ahead of this advancing storm. And as it presses southward, it's going to collide with that warm, humid air over Florida. And it's the collision of the air masses, allowing that front to set up along the Gulf and Atlantic coastline. That'll serve as the pathway for this drenching storm. Already unloading some heavy rain across much of Texas at midweek. Areas picked up anywhere from 0.5 to 1.5 inches of rain. From Fort Worth on south in the Lone Star State, some areas even picked up close to 3 inches. Areas north and west of Brownsville, Texas, they had some localized flooding there. But as this storm comes together over the Gulf of Mexico, rain and storms are going to reach the Florida Peninsula on into the day today. Heavy rain, torrential downpours spreading across much of the state. Flooding will be the primary concern there. I mean, they're just much of that state so close to sea level, right? It doesn't take much. And especially when you get the heavy downpours. As this moist air clashes with that stalled out front, the result will be a period of heavy rain, especially central and northeastern Florida. Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville. Friday through Friday night. Urban and flash flooding will be impacting residents in all points in between there. We're talking a general widespread 2 to 4 inches of rain with some localized amounts approaching 8 inches. Wow. Flooding on roadways and those heavy downpours leading to travel delays. As the potent storm moves into Florida today, it will then pivot up along the southeast coast on Saturday. Some coastal areas may experience some gusty northeast winds whipping up the surf and the threat for strong rip currents. The east-facing coast from Florida to the outer banks of North Carolina. Another factor coming into play, especially in the Carolinas, which could lead to significant coastal flooding. We've been talking about the last several nights, the king tides, as they refer to them. Places like Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, could have some flooded marinas, street flooding, buildings right along the coast may be taking in some water. So if the heavy rain does reach the coastal areas of the Carolinas, the flooding could be even exacerbated a bit more, especially at high tide. Now, Monkey Gouger was telling us last night they could really use some rain there in parts of South Carolina. I think the trend right now appears that this storm is going to be taking that path a little further off the coast, so you may not really get the beneficial rains that you need there further inland in South Carolina. We'll have to wait and see. It's about 10 before the hour. Rolling into a Friday, our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we will get to some of the industry headlines just ahead here. Lots to cover on a Friday morning. Let me see here. Buster, what's going on, Buster?
Hello, Steve.
Hey, happy Friday, Buster. Good to have you with us.
Well, I'm sorry I've been on hold, but, buddy, it's real important to me to reach out to you. I didn't know we had the breaking news from today. I heard rumors, and then I heard it tonight, the January 4th. Steve, we've got to orchestrate a unity of drivers. We got drivers at Buster Brown Institute there that has the shots, and some of us doesn't have the shots, but we think we should have the right to have that freedom. So between now and January 4th, man, I hope you and our listeners, our fellow drivers, will orchestrate unity and figure out how we're going to do this with class action. Luckily, we got a lot of good governors that are going to all get together. So I just hope we can find some judges to circumvent this until we can get a hearing in the Congress or something. Mm-hmm. So now, Steve, one other thing I needed to say to you. This morning, I turned over about 4:20 on your show, and I heard the news about the vaccine for 5-year-olds up to 11.
Yep.
So I went to the chat room and I chatted in bold letters that, and I was concerned that there's no concrete studies of the effects of this shot on, especially on now our young people. And I at the end of it, I said it's crazy. So then I looked back at it at about 10 minutes till 5, and it was gone. The whole thing got removed. And I just wonder if you might be, our show is such open and frank that maybe the big brothers at Google or YouTube is monitoring the show, and it just got pulled out.
For Buster, I would say, anything that gets posted, we know things posted via both Facebook and YouTube, anything negative about vaccines are pretty much immediately scrubbed, if you know what I mean.
I know it was amazing. I've never been scrubbed, and I don't even do Facebook. But Steve, we love you. We need you, and I'm sorry. I know. I was at a year ago listening to your show, and then got the bombshell. So we love you, Steve, and us truckers, let's get together. Let's fight this. Have a great weekend, Stephen.
Thank you. Glad to have you with us, Buster, there. Yeah, all right, so let me get to that. That's obviously top story. The trucking group issuing a dire warning about the nation's supply chain after the draft was released this past day. A vaccine rule with no exemption for members of the trucking industry. Thursday, November 4th, this past day, the interim final rule dealing with the sweeping new private sector vaccine requirements was shared with the public ahead of the publication today. Today it'll be published in the Federal Register. Under the rule, OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, is issuing the Emergency Temporary Standard, ETS as they call it, for private sector employers with 100 or more employees. Which, of course, as we've been talking, workers must show proof of full vaccination or submit to weekly testing effective January 4th. Employers are not required to pay for that testing in most circumstances. The rule is expected to impact 84 million employees around the country. Also under the rule, all unvaccinated workers must begin wearing masks by December the 5th. Employers are not required to provide or pay for masks. Under the new rule, there is no exception in the rule for members of the trucking industry, in spite of the fact that numerous trucking groups have warned This could have nightmarish consequences for the supply chain. Here are your numbers. The American Trucking Association estimating the vaccine mandate could force as many as 37% of truck drivers to leave the industry. Following the publication this past day, the Truckload Carriers Association issued a statement expressing disappointment and growing concern with the lack of an exemption for trucking in the vaccine mandate. Here is the actual statement from the TCA. TCA repeatedly called on the administration to heed our warnings regarding this mandate's impact on the already constrained supply chain. Yet they chose to proceed with a disastrous mandate which will undoubtedly ensure the trucking industry loses a substantial number of drivers. These are the drivers the country is relying on to deliver food, fuel, presents for the upcoming holiday season. Yet our national leadership has decided these needs must go unmet. The Truckload Carriers Association's opposition to the mandate is not political. It is simply driven by the facts presented by our industry and our knowledge of the 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week efforts already being contributed by our diligent workforce. President Biden cannot call on trucking to work harder when his policies are cutting us off at the knees, depriving us of the workforce we need. Be assured the Truckload Carriers Association will pursue every option to fight the imposition of this mandate on our members. They point out there are already multiple legal challenges to the large employer vaccine mandate. They're encouraging group members to reach out to your representatives, voice your concerns. You remember late in October when Tennessee's Marsha Blackburn introduced legislation providing an exemption for the COVID vaccine for any worker who was deemed essential during the response to the COVID pandemic. Like Bulldog said, you've gone from heroes to zeros. There was a CDL Life poll conducted in October that found only just shy of 8% of trucking companies had any sort of plans to actually enforce a vaccine mandate. So where do we go from here? All right, we'll get our news update just a moment. Buckeye Boy checking in from Hamilton, Alabama, 44 degrees, kind of foggy. Very interesting conversation with the Bulldog. I'm headed back to Kennesaw, Georgia to pick up, but I'm going to have to come back in the back way because of the parade that is scheduled for the Atlanta Braves. It's going to have traffic around the northwest part of Atlanta in a total cluster, if you know what I mean. He emailed me the press announcement from the Braves regarding the parade, and I'll share that with you. You'll probably want to avoid the area later today. Today, Friday, November 5th, is the parade day. And again, we've got that all coming up. Have a great night, great weekend. Everybody be careful out there. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Votes on President Biden's domestic agenda could come soon, according to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
The president supports Speaker Pelosi and is behind any timing she feels is right.
The government is setting a January 4th deadline for big companies to make workers get their COVID shots. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky on Capitol Hill.
We know the most disruptive thing in a workforce is to have a COVID outbreak and to have workers in that workforce come down with COVID infection, severe disease, and in some cases, death.
OSHA officials say this, like other occupational safety and health administration rules that apply to the workplace, will be voluntarily complied with. Any non-compliant companies could face penalties of nearly $14,000 per violation. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The Department of Justice is suing Texas over the state's new voting law, arguing that some measures passed by the GOP-controlled legislature early this year would disenfranchise eligible Texas citizens who seek to exercise their right to vote. The Texas voting law, which is known as Senate Bill 1 and signed into law by Governor Greg Abbott in September, makes a host of challenges that further tighten the state's election laws, such as banning drive-through voting and setting new rules for voting by mail. The suit is based on two provisions of the new law, one related to assistance in voting booths and another related to the rejection of mail-in ballots. The law, set to take effect in time for the 2022 primary elections, has already faced legal challenges that generally argue it will disproportionately impact voters of color and voters with disabilities. Those challenges could delay the implementation of the new state law. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
A new report shows more people are going back to work. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
Thursday morning's report by the Labor Department shows 269,000 Americans filing initial jobless claims last week. That's 14,000 fewer than the week before and the lowest total in 20 months. Richard Allison is a CEO of Domino's. He tells CNBC hiring has been a challenge for them.
Andrew, you're right. It certainly impacted us here at Domino's and broadly across the restaurant industry. It's one of the tightest labor markets we've seen in a long time. So, a lot of things that we're trying to do, under our control to affect, the outcomes here. We've been raising wages, in our corporate stores and in our supply chain centers, adding benefits, improving our processes and bringing technology forward to improve worker productivity in our stores. But it's a challenging time for sure.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The Senate has confirmed Robert Santos as the head of the Census Bureau, making him the first Latino to lead the agency. Santos is now the Bureau's permanent director after its previous head resigned amid concerns that the agency had been used as a political tool under the Trump administration. The Census Bureau not only counts population, it also balances the number of electors to the Electoral College. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, here we go on a Friday, TGIF. Hope you've had a great week. Looking forward to the weekend. The Atlanta Braves, 2021 World Series champions, going to be hosting a World Series championship parade and celebration today, beginning at high noon. All right, here's what we've got. The parade route begins at the corner of Marietta Street Northwest and Peachtree Street, traveling north up Peachtree to 10th Street. The second phase of the parade will then continue through Cobb County on Cobb Parkway, beginning at the corner of Riverwood Parkway and culminating at Circle 75 Parkway. Braves Country is invited to line the parade route to cheer on the World Series champion Braves. Fans can also watch the parade and join the post-parade celebration in concert with Atlanta natives and Grammy Award-winning artists Ludacris and Big Boy inside Truist Park. The Braves encourage fans to arrive early. Tickets, they say, will be free but must be reserved in advance. Tickets and parking passes for the celebration will be available at braves.com/parade. Premium and A-list members and Braves insiders receive early access to reserve their tickets beginning at 10 and 11:30 a.m. I'm wondering if that was that for Thursday when the tickets became available? Let's see. Yeah, that had to be, because tickets will be available to the public. That started at 1. So probably tickets are gone, probably, right? All this stuff was from this past day. Either way, to ensure the safety of all guests, the Battery Atlanta will have limited capacity on Friday during the celebration. Access for non-ticket holders will be granted on a first-come, first-served basis, and we strongly recommend pre-purchasing parking. So much of that probably needed to be done by now, obviously already, but the big parade taking place today, celebrating the World Series champion Atlanta Braves. How about that? All right, morning to the inbred redneck. What's happening out there? Inbred redneck. We got you there or no? Okay, maybe he lost his cell. Let me see. Either that or maybe the phones are wanting to do their thing like they sometimes do. What do you say? Brain dead. We got you? Hello, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve.
What's going on this morning?
I'm doing my deal between Memphis and Little Rock and back.
Okay.
But that vaccine mandate, you can ask Dingbat. I was hot earlier, and you know me, I don't get too wrapped up into politics and whatnot, but this has gone way, way past being constitutional. Because I don't remember anywhere that says that I have to take some stupid shot to make the government feel better about some disease that may or may not be true. I mean, I'm not using the tinfoil hats yet, but I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a real virus,
right? Absolutely.
But the numbers are way out of proportion. But I just want to know where the government tells me where the hell I got to take some stupid shot to keep my job, because you know who I work for.
Yep.
Just at our terminal alone has 500 people.
So in your general discussions with fellow workers, I mean, what do you think? Is it kind of a 50-50 split as far as those who say they'd take it versus those who would not, or any idea?
I think most of the people are not aware of this mandate coming down, but I honestly cannot believe that our union, the Teamsters Union, did not have the backbone and the spine to push back. Because me and Heatwave talked about a month or so ago about this. And from what I understood from my shop steward, is that the unions were not going to enforce the mandate, not the mandate, but to get the shot, because I've seen on some of the Facebook posts in the group that I'm in where the company is asking them already for vaccination proof and are you vaccinated or are you not vaccinated? Now, our terminal in the department I work at in the city, in the docks, they haven't said not two daggone words to me, but in line haul, they have. Now, I don't know why one over the other, but here's the other stupid thing that pisses me off, Steve. They want to force this crap down me, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't want me to pay. I got to pay for the test. I wonder how quick these health insurance companies, Blue Cross Blue Shield, what's the other one I think of, Humana, you pick the one that you have, is going to go back to the government and say, hey, we're tired of paying $100 per test every week that this person has to take the test to keep his job. But the one thing that I would agree with, though, in this mandate, now my stupid company took this $700 million loan, but yet our government could not have put a rider in there that said anybody that has COVID must be paid for the 2 weeks being off. I got paid nothing. I had no sick days. I had no vacation days because I was still fairly new. I had not come to my 1 year mark yet, or January the 1st. I got paid nothing 2 weeks for Christmas. But the union cut me a check for $175. Wow, 2 weeks for Christmas, I got $175. But here's the other thing that really irritated me. I was talking to one of the sister company drivers. They got paid for 80 hours. Same company, same management, somewhat, same everything. They got paid for 80 hours for being off for COVID, but I got paid, well, I can't say those words on the radio, but they got paid nothing.
Yep.
But I'm sorry, but if you want me to take this stupid thing and I get sick, you need to pay me the 80 hours. Pay for the stupid test. Because right now, I was talking to Dingbat earlier about it, and I'm kind of on the fence. If it helps me, if I have to take it to keep my job, that's one thing. But being forced to, no, that's crossing the line, Steve. That is way crossing the line right there. And honestly, I'd like to see it go all the way to the Supreme Court, because this administration has gone stupid, and the public has gone stupid as well, Steve. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't this idiot president we got say that within 100 days he'd have a cure for this crap?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Aren't we well over the 100 days and we're still talking about this crap?
Hey, we're working on the 2 year mark, if I'm not mistaken. We're working on 2 years into this thing.
Right. Right. And I guarantee you this. If Trump had come and said, well, you know what? Biden can get it solved in 100 days. I can get it done in 30. You'll have a cure. Trump would be elected. I bank money on that, because the average American political independent person such as myself pays to the last 3 months of what goes on before an election. And Biden said the right things to the right people to drink that Kool-Aid. Now I hope these same idiots that voted for these people, this guy, as an independent such as myself, are sitting there happy and tickled pink about this idiot. Sorry, Steve, but I hate our government. I really hate it. It's getting worse and worse every year, Steve. But
frustration. Sorry. I detect a little bit of frustration there, Brain Dead. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, and I think your sentiment is the sentiment of millions of other Americans. Hey, by the way, I got your Dumbass of the Week nominees. Yes, here it is, Friday. Now, Steve just sent me a link a couple of days ago from Tennessee, where, I wonder how many other states might follow this lead. The the Tennessee legislature has approved an omnibus bill that in part bans COVID vaccine passports at large and also restricts mask mandates by most entities, with some exception. Passed in the third special session in Tennessee this year, going back October 27th through October 30th. In particular, the legislature voted to ban government entities, public schools, and many private businesses from requiring proof of vaccination or mandating vaccines among their staff. These same entities also cannot take adverse action against anyone who declines to comply with such requirements for any reason. However, businesses that contract with the federal government and thereby receive federal funds, including public universities, may be able to mandate vaccines and masks after they apply for and obtain approval from the state's comptroller's office, if they're able to make the case that not doing so could result in them losing out on federal funding. The legislation also allows for people who would normally qualify for unemployment benefits but left their job because they refused the vaccine amid workplace mandates to qualify for unemployment. So if approved by the governor, this would further restrict vaccine mandates in the state. In Tennessee, the state or local governments are currently prohibited from requiring people to provide proof of vaccination to enter government properties or access government services. That was a measure signed into law back in May. This was approved by the Senate in Tennessee by a vote of 22-4. It was passed in the House by a vote of 64-14. So pretty much overwhelming support from the legislature there in Tennessee. There were also multiple non-COVID measures in the omnibus bill. So very interesting there in the state of Tennessee anyway. How many others again might follow that lead? 19 past the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
A lot of folks planning on going hunting this weekend, right? Well, at least in Minnesota, Minnesotans gearing up for the weekend's deer hunting opener. Minnesota Department of Natural Resources say they've already sold more than 220,000 licenses. But if you're a hunter, you might have a hard time finding some of the supplies you just might need. It's been a busy week for Osseo Gun Club and Pro Shop as the Deer Hunter opener approaches. Lots of people coming in, last-minute preparation, sighting in guns, trying to find ammo. According to the gun manager, ammo has only got tougher to find. When you do find hunting ammo, you buy it and it's gone quick. Supply issues started last year, and it hasn't let up, he said. In a normal year ahead of deer season, his shop buys 6 to 8 cases of shotgun slugs. Each case carries 50 boxes of ammo. Right now, if I'm lucky to find it, I can buy maybe 1 case, he said. That means limiting how much ammo that customers can buy, as well as higher prices. One customer who will use a high-powered rifle to hunt said he also struggling to find ammo for his guns. He plans to use rounds left over from last year. I'm kind of banking the ammunition. I hope I have enough. Now, the president of Stock and Barrel Gun Club said 2020 was an unprecedented year for firearm sale. 40% of sales were people who had never owned a firearm in their life before. With such a sudden spike in new gun owners, he said manufacturers decided to focus on producing handgun ammunition. Ammo for hunting firearms was pretty much put aside. Now, as much as they've tried to keep up, they're still behind, and it's got them caught short for the hunting season. Availability of parts like brass, also slowing production. And then, of course, you got the shipping issues. He said his club started to order ammunition from overseas, some of which is now stuck at the ports in the shipping containers. All of that, like I say, combines along with the demand. It's kind of the perfect storm. If you are struggling to find shotgun slugs or other forms of hunting ammo, he suggests trying a different firearm. He said muzzle loaders are allowed to be used during deer hunting season, as well as high-caliber handguns like a .44 Magnum. If that route is too pricey, he said, well, you better work on your aim. You need to make every shot count. Let's just put it that way. Okay, make it count, right? What's going on, Pappy? Happy Friday.
What's happening? Happy Friday, Steve. Any hunter out there owes it to the animal before you squeeze that.
Hey, Pappy, your mic's not wanting to pick up. Adjust your microphone there.
All right, hold on. What about now?
That's better. Thank you.
All right. Every hunter owes it to the animal he's about ready to take there, to be pretty much 99.9% positive when he pulls that trigger, that animal's going to fall. That's all I got to say about that. Hey, man, good to hear. Bulldog. Anybody from the tri-state area knows the Bulldog.
Yes.
Bulldog's good people.
Yep.
That's all I have to say about that. I look forward to Mr. Eric Dieters calling in the future, Steve. That was great. I liked it. Love to see it happen again in the future. And man, what positive words did he have to say? I mean, especially for your show, Steve. I mean, that tells you what kind of man this guy is, right?
Yes. I did give me a bit of a pat on the back, didn't he?
Yes, sir. I'm going to throw a hypothetical out to you, Steve. I know this probably can't happen, but it'd be nice if it could. That all these companies that are going to force these mandates on somebody or you will get fired, right? It would be nice, even if those that are vaccinated but are true American patriots would step up and walk off the job with these ones that are getting fired. I think that company, you know, if you get a 99% unshowable rate for employees, I think they would probably change their tune pretty quick, Steve. You know? What we probably need is a national walkout day. Anybody that opposes mandates like this will walk out. It'd be funny if 90% of the American people didn't show up to work. I don't think the big corporates would like that too much. You asked me a question the other night, Steve. If Biden was going to maybe force children,
the kids,
to get this shot.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen that interview or little speech he gave. Steve, he did a little wink and a nod out there. The little speech that he gave, he said, you know, if we want to keep these schools open, you got to get these kids vaccinated.
There you go.
A little wink and a nod. Testing them, putting the toe in the water, right? Testing the water, see what it feels like, see what kind of reaction it gets. And we said the other night, Steve, if he does this, you're going to see a revolt like never be seen before in this country. And you know, these people are not going. These parents are not going to put up with messing with their kids' health.
Yep.
It ain't happening. Man, I can't think if I had anything else, Steve. Listen, I'm not vaccine,
anti-vaccine.
Steve, I went to the doctor. Yeah, anti-vaccine. I went and got my shot today, Steve. Believe it or not, I sure did. The second one.
Like what?
The second shingles vaccine.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, you know, little interesting talk there too with the nurse practitioner. Very nice and lovely little lady. Let's thank her. But man, Steve, you know, the Socialist Party, they're going to be all in, man. They are, you know, they're going to be all in here. We think these 10, 11 months that we're into now was bad. It's going to get worse. They're, you know, I don't know if you've seen some of the comments by the socialist media, you know. Steve, they doubled down.
Yep.
They doubled down. We're all racist. We're all racist. There's white supremacy running amok in the United States. And it's unbelievable. They are going to double down, and who knows what we're in for. But, you know, Tuesday was an eye-opening for everybody. I think in the long run, we're going to pull this off, Steve. I think we're going to save this country. There's going to be some rough times ahead, but in the long run, let's everybody keep their head up, keep this ball rolling, and get through this, you know. And, man, be prepared for when that power grid goes down.
Yeah, that's one day at a time, right? One step at a time.
Yes, sir. But glad to hear the Bulldog on tonight. Congratulations on where you're at right now, Steve. I'm sure this time last year you were in meltdown mode, man, as anybody would be. I mean, you just like this. These people going through these mandates, Steve, are exactly afraid of what you went through. I mean, can picture that. You wake up the next day and you no longer have a job.
Yep.
These people do not care about us, Steve. How can you do that to somebody?
It's a horrible feeling, Pappy.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And it just goes to show these people in D.C. do not care about the American people. They would not be doing this. And with that, I'll let you go, my buddy.
All right. Thank you much, Pappy. Have a great weekend. Thanks for checking in. News Break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Lawmakers in the House say they're ready to vote on President Biden's agenda. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says a social spending bill would raise about $2 trillion, more than enough to cover the cost of education, health care, and climate provisions.
And in fact, it would add to our economy because of childcare, enabling many more women to fully participate.
The legislation relies on corporate taxes and taxes on high-income earners, but some moderate Democrats want more details and a deficit score from the Congressional Budget Office.
We want to make sure that the revenues match, of course, all outlays.
New Jersey Democrat Josh Gottheimer says this week's election results show Americans want action from Congress. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he wants to vote on it by Thanksgiving. This is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, somebody was asking, hey, what's going on at south of the border? Yeah, not the U.S.-Mexico border. No, the iconic Dillon County, South Carolina roadside attraction known as South of the Border. Several buildings recently torn down, and some are wondering what's going on. Is it closing? Is it under construction? Well, to answer the question, it is not closing, but there are a lot of changes coming, they say. We're currently making room for some new projects, according to the general manager in an email. A lot of people are wondering if South of the Border is closing down. The answer is no. We are still open for business. So far, part of the South of the Border's motel, as well as the entire T-shirt shop and the ice cream fiesta have been torn down. They're also upgrading the elevator at the Tower Arcade, and they just finished putting in charging stations for electric vehicles. At the arcade, the iconic sombrero resting on the head of the mascot, Pedro. The iconic sombrero is being refurbished as well. South of the Border, the frequent stop for thousands of drivers each year. Of course, with its location near three major highways, I-95, U.S. Highway 301, and U.S. 501. And it's often one of the final stops before travelers from the Northeast head to Charleston or Myrtle Beach. The Mexican-themed attraction also plans to expand their small gas station, and the Sombrero restaurant is being remodeled. Future of the T-shirt shop and the ice cream fiesta, not clear. We should be making a decision in the near future as what we're going to do there with the fiesta and the T-shirt location. There's not a definitive timeline for completion of all the construction. It seems that COVID causes problems with everything now, as far as getting materials and people to do the work. Our elevator was supposed to be operational on June the 1st, and at this time, it's still under construction. We have a plan to We plan to have it operating in about 3 weeks, so hopefully new projects won't have as many complications, but so that's what's going on at south of the border. Because inquiring minds would like to know, right? What's happening, Chevy Guy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, too. And one thing in the conversation this morning has been amazing is, yes, these hospitals are not private entities. They do take a lot of government money, don't they? So, any business or company that's taking this, they're doing the government's bidding. It opened up a door. Hey, warning to all you industries out there. There's lawyers out there that are rubbing their hands and it can't wait to get this to a court, get it overturned, and make a lot of money off of you on these class action suits. And it might come to bite you in the rear end. Especially in Virginia, it's a picture of what might happen if there's a flip in the politics. Yeah, y'all are going to have to give an account for for what you did to the American people, forcing them to take a experimental drug in their arms. And that was a great conversation this morning, Steve. Rittenhouse. I'm watching that, half hour before I climb in the truck. I'm watching the prosecutor, and I'll be honest with you, the prosecutor has told the story that this Rosenbaum chased Rittenhouse, or was being chased by Rittenhouse. I mean, and went down this whole spiel, but the video they're showing obviously shows Rittenhouse being chased by Rosenbaum. He also included a charge of endangerment to a reporter or YouTube, somebody recording all this. Mm-hmm. Had him on the stand today and actually asking the questions. I guess he was trying to get it to where he had been in danger, but he actually made mention that testified that Rittenhouse had his rifle pointed to the ground until the very last second when Rosenbaum lurched at him. I mean, afterwards they had, after that, the host and 4 lawyers were sitting there, and when after that video, that testimony, it was funny because you had an ACLU lawyer there, and her job was to tear this apart, mm-hmm. and they all agreed that the prosecutor is making such a good case that the defense lawyer really doesn't need to call Kyle up to sit in his own defense. They're saying that this is going so badly that for the prosecutor, it's just they're embarrassed to watch him do what he's doing. Obviously, too, earlier in the day, you heard a ACL lawyer basically attacking the judge, claiming that he was, quote, Trump-esque. Not sure what that is, but yep, the truth is kicking in. Now they're attacking the judge, I guess. But this is very important. I mean, if you have your right to bear arms, and your government is going to persecute you when you're doing what's right. By the way, if the Marine Corps, after he gets acquitted from this, and the way he handled his weapon at 17, the Marine Corps don't call him up and try to recruit him. They're nuts. I mean, this young man handled that weapon a whole lot better than I would have. But we're just, like I said, prayers for Kyle Rittenhouse. That it looks like it's going good, but it is a jury, and I'm still waiting to see why that police officer's in jail on the George Floyd trial when it was found out that one of the jurors was actually a BLM activist, and I don't get that. I mean, that was a lynching, and I just want to sit back and enjoy the show. to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, where I get more information and more news than I do on the average alphabet suits. Other than that, we're going.
All right, copy the mail, Chevy guy. Yeah, I'm looking at the report says the feckless Wisconsin prosecutors who are claiming Rittenhouse murdered 2 men and wounded a third started the first day hearing from witnesses by figuratively shooting themselves in the foot. Testimony from the 3 witnesses, an FBI agent, Richie McGinnis, and Ryan Balk, clearly helped Rittenhouse, who insists he was acting in self-defense. Richie McGinnis, a reporter for the Daily Caller, was the first on the stand today. McGinnis, who was actually running behind Joseph Rosenbaum when Rittenhouse shot Rosenbaum, testified this past day that Rosenbaum lunged for Rittenhouse's gun and threw his momentum towards the weapon, which is bolstering the self-defense argument and actually blowing a major hole in the state's case. Quote, "It was very clear to me that he, Rosenbaum, was reaching specifically for the weapon because that's where his hands went." He then stood up in the courtroom, kind of putting both of his hands out, demonstrating the lunge. He said Rosenbaum was in an athletic position as if he was running as fast as he could. All right, let's see, what else did they have? 2 important points. Rittenhouse was not pointing the rifle at Rosenbaum until Rosenbaum lunged at the kid and tried to grab his gun. Prosecutors tried desperately to get McGinnis to blame Rittenhouse, but the Daily Caller video editor held firm. What in the hell were the prosecutors thinking by putting this guy on the stand anyway? They probably had deposed him and knew what he would say, but his testimony actually, day number 1, creates an enormous amount of reasonable doubt on behalf of Kyle Rittenhouse. All right, more to the story, but with that, we'll get back to the calls here. What's going on, Steve-O?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Happy Friday.
Yes.
So, yeah, this will be the last live show I'll be listening to for a while, Steve. So, eventually maybe I go back on the night shift. I don't know. But I want to give a big shout out to my buddy up there in Chicago, CNI Dog, for introducing me to your show almost 4 years ago. And Steve, with your platform, I've met some awesome people, you know, in person and on the phone, who I talk to on a nightly basis. Philip, the real spaceman from Florida. Happy, the real sheriff from Hamilton County. The Big Moose, great individual. And last but not least, Hillbilly Tex. And last night I talked to Tex, Steve, and you're going to be at that truck show in March. We're hoping to come up there. And I've already volunteered my services to throw Hillbilly's golf cart in the back of my pickup. And we'd like to display that at the Hot Shot Secret booth. Maybe dress it up with some stickers and so forth. And, you know, put some Gasoline Extreme in there.
Yeah.
And, you know, yeah. So we'll see, you know. But, Steve, you know, being in Tennessee now, I sent you that article about
yes,
you know, how they're banning the vaccine mandates. Now, you know who I work for. We've got over 10,000 employees nationwide, hubs in just about every state in the union. And I know for a fact we have a lot of drivers that have not been vaccinated. But I'm glad the state of Tennessee is going to be able to give a driver unemployment benefits if he is fired from the job for not getting the vaccine. So I don't know how our company is going to respond to this, because certain states like Tennessee and I believe Texas and Florida have passed similar laws about mandating these shots. So I don't know how they're going to respond to this. If they can even enforce this, but it's going to be a real problem. For not only for our company but companies nationwide. And like touching on what Pappy was saying, these leftists, Steve, they don't care about destroying this economy. They don't care if we don't have toilet paper, paper towels, or food. They really don't, because they live in Washington, D.C. They're not in the real world, Steve. They've never really worked for a living. They've never had a job in the private sector where they had lived paycheck to paycheck to try and put food on the table for their family. They don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. So this doesn't affect them at all. And that's why they push these radical policies, because they don't care. And I believe whoever that spokesperson was at the White House today said that the vaccine mandates come before the needs of the American people, which is absolutely ludicrous. And the other thing was that the mandates for the 5 to 11-year-olds now are approved for this vaccine.
Yep.
There's no way that parents are going to put up with this crap. They're going to keep their kids home, homeschool them, and like Pappy said, there's going to be a revolt in this country. We saw it on Tuesday, and it's going to happen again. But I really enjoyed that interview you had at the beginning of the program with Bulldog. Now, does his show air during the morning or afternoon hours, Steve? Do you know?
He is, I believe I think it's at the noon hour each day, if memory serves. I need to look that up.
Okay. Well, that's going to be my next app to download, Steve, since I'm going to be out there from 5 to 5 now during the solar hours. And I appreciate everything he said. And as far as him promoting your show and you promoting his, I think that's going to be very beneficial for the both of you. So I will definitely be tuning into his show, and I will definitely be listening to your podcast during the day. So with that, Steve, I appreciate everything you've done over the last 4 years as far as me being a listener and a participant. Appreciate you taking my calls, and I really, really enjoy your platform, and I just hope you keep up the high standards of, the platform that you have.
Absolutely.
So that's about all I got. And we'll keep in touch, and hopefully I'll see you at the truck show in March.
Absolutely. Thank you much. All right. And yeah, it's always great to hear from you. We'll miss your calls live throughout the week each week, but yeah, when you're up late some night or when you get at some point, if you do go back to the night shift, look forward to hearing from you. All right, what are we looking at here? Rolling toward news update just a few minutes away. What's going on? Redneck Take Two.
Buddy, I'm sorry about that, but I had some sort of technical difficulty. Buddy, I'm mad. I can't handle it. I tried to tell everybody this was coming. It's coming. It's here. Sometimes there's a man in the right place at the right time, Steve. Sometimes people question the motives of the inbred redneck. But I tell you what, people out there, if you are in worry, if you are in doubt, or if you are running scared right now, inbred redneck has a plan for you. Buddy, let me tell you, I've got it all figured out. And I'm glad Eric gave you a call. Because he's just the type of man we need at this time, Steve, on our side. And anybody out there that remembers anything about the Nuremberg trials, well, remember there was a Nuremberg Agreement. It's international law under the United Nations, buddy. They can't be throwing stuff into your body without giving you informed consent. All people have to do is go look at the FDA website for this vaccination, buddy. It says right on there that punishment is death. So any politician or any bureaucrat out there that is pushing this vaccine mandate be subject to international law, Steve. I mean, this is the same thing the Germans done to the Jews. There's an answer. And I like to call it the United Essential Workers. I'm getting ready to form this all up for everybody to get involved. Right now, what we're looking at is we got to get some attention. And what I say is every Monday, starting Monday, everybody that don't agree with this layout from work, I'll be setting up an email so that truck drivers will be able to get in touch with me. If you're a police officer, if you're a nurse, a medical worker, even a fast food worker, if you're just a concerned parent out there, you will soon have an email address where we can organize all this together. They've got to stay tuned to the Hot Shot Secret Studio and use Steve Sommers to find out the secret magical code. You know, buddy, we can't form all this together on these big social media platforms.
Right.
So we're going to have to go undercover. And I've got plans even for the financial side of this, Steve. Believe it or not, I've been cooking it up today. And it's just like I told you earlier this week. If you want to change the world, you got to have some coin in your pocket. I've got one little investment that everybody listening right now can get involved with. We can skyrocket this thing to the moon, cash out, start throwing money at politicians, pay the bulldog to go in there and fight for us under international law. Buddy, like I told you, there's a man in the right place at the right time. I know at the end of this year, I'm stepping away from this, Steve. I'm not going to be driving the truck anymore. That gives me all the time in the world to see this through. The big build-up will be January the 4th. Just like he said, buddy. The first week, we're going to lay out a day. And if you think, well, Lord, I've got to support my family and my kids.
Yeah.
And what you got to think is they're coming for your kids next. It's the next step. Now, are you going to let these little commie guys run you over? You know, more deaths in the world have been contributed to communism and socialism than any other thing in the world. It's all researchable, people. It's all there. The facts are before you. I'm telling you what's going to happen. So if you want to get in on the big win, jump in. United Essential Workers. Buddy, have a good one.
United Essential Workers. Inbred redneck, thank you much. That's what you are, correct? And it is 844-844-3388. Closing out hour number 2. Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Votes on President Biden's domestic agenda could come soon, according to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
The President supports Speaker Pelosi and is behind any timing she feels is right.
The government is setting a January 4th deadline for big companies to make workers get their COVID shots. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky on Capitol Hill.
We know the most disruptive thing in a workforce is to have a COVID outbreak and to have workers in that workforce come down with COVID infection, severe disease, and in some cases death.
OSHA officials say this, like other occupational safety and health administration rules that apply to the workplace, will be voluntarily complied with. Any non-compliant companies could face penalties of nearly $14,000 per violation. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The Department of Justice is suing Texas over the state's new voting law, arguing that some measures passed by the GOP-controlled legislature early this year would disenfranchise eligible Texas citizens who seek to exercise their right to vote. The Texas voting law, which is known as Senate Bill 1 and signed into law by Governor Greg Abbott in September, makes a host of challenges that further tighten the state's election laws, such as banning drive-through voting and setting new rules for voting by mail. The suit is based on 2 provisions of the new law, one related to assistance in voting booths and another related to the rejection of mail-in ballots. The law, set to take effect in time for the 2022 primary elections, has already faced legal challenges that generally argue it will disproportionately impact voters of color and voters with disabilities. Those challenges could delay the implementation of the new state law. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
A new report shows more people are going back to work. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
Thursday morning's report by the Labor Department shows 269,000 Americans filing initial jobless claims last week. That's 14,000 fewer than the week before and the lowest total in 20 months. Richard Allison is a CEO of Domino's. He tells CNBC hiring has been a challenge for them.
Andrew, you're right. It certainly impacted us here at Domino's and broadly across the restaurant industry. It's one of the tightest labor markets we've seen in a long time. So, a lot of things that we're trying to do, under our control to affect, the outcomes here. We've been raising wages, in our corporate stores and in our supply chain centers, adding benefits, improving our processes and bringing technology forward to improve worker productivity in our stores. But it's a challenging time for sure.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The Senate has confirmed Robert Santos as the head of the Census Bureau, making him the first Latino to lead the agency. Santos is now the Bureau's permanent director after its previous head resigned amid concerns that the agency had been used as a political tool under the Trump administration. The Census Bureau not only counts population, it also balances the number of electors to the Electoral College. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, found out this past day that the leadership of the nuclear-powered submarine that hit that underwater mountain in the South China Sea last month will be removed, or relieved, I should say, relieved of command. According to officials yesterday, it was the U.S. Navy fast attack submarine Connecticut that hit the submerged object. No serious injuries, but the vessel is in Guam right now. There were 15 that suffered minor injuries, bruises, lacerations. The leadership relieved because of a loss of confidence after the crash. And of course, an investigation is underway. They said 3 service members would be removed from their positions on the submarine. Not clear how long repairs for the submarine will take. These sort of things, crashes are rare, but there you go. So, yeah, people, somebody, somewhere, apparently not paying attention, I guess. All right, with that, yeah, sorry about that. Camera back up and running there. Dan, what's happening this Friday morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Thanks for taking my call. Hey, on this vaccine mandate, you know, they are basing this, the Biden administration, on the 1905 Supreme Court case. I think it was Jacobson versus Massachusetts. And they ruled that states, that's a key word in that decision too, states can mandate vaccines for public health. You know what I mean? And that's how they've come about this. But then, lo and behold, with COVID, and that case was argued over vaccine, and the definition of a vaccine at the time on these arguments, and at the time since 1905 until 2021, the definition of a vaccine was introducing a vaccine into the body that produced immunity. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That now the CDC has changed the definition.
They have.
Of a vaccine. Yes, they have. They have changed the definition just recently to change immunity to protection. Okay, they're basing this on a 1905 ruling. Now they've changed the definition because we know that the vaccine is not immunity. That, in fact, the greatest case, if I was going to argue this in court, of course, I'm just a truck driver, so who's for me to say about
Sure.
court? But today it was announced that Aaron Rodgers has COVID. He's not going to play this Sunday. Okay, and he says he's fully vaccinated. So right there, I rest my case on the immunity part of the vaccine. It doesn't create immunity. So the case was argued in 1905 that a vaccine produced immunity. As we know now, it does not produce immunity. So the whole case needs to be argued, in my opinion, before the Supreme Court again, with the new definition that the CDC come up with as its protection. I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
I think it would be a valid argument, yes, because we know, and that's why the CDC changed their definition several weeks ago to, rather than immunity, it's producing what? Protection. Because that's, the narrative now is, well, if you have the vaccine, you won't be nearly as likely to end up hospitalized versus if you don't have the vaccine. So it's just protecting you. But yeah, I mean, technically, there are, I don't know, there's probably hundreds of different lawsuits that have been filed. As Bulldog mentioned earlier, in most cases, these judges around the country have been siding and opting with the vaccine requirements. With that, what are we looking at here? Thanks so much for checking in this morning, though. Dan, have a great Friday. Good weekend. Let's see. Kentucky Ken. Hey there. Good morning.
Hey, good morning from Kentucky. I made 645 miles yesterday, 80 miles from my yard, and ran out of time. So I'm here till about 5:30 in the morning. So woke up and started listening. I'm sorry I missed the Bulldog. He's a rebel. I know him from my first career, and he's a character. There's no doubt about it. But boy, when he gets behind something, he pushes on. Hey, I did want to tell you, I stopped in Arkansas last night, and that wreck you reported, or the fire, that was still ongoing at daylight this morning.
Is that right?
The trailer was out, but it was on the side of the road, and I was eastbound, and it was on the westbound side. But boy, what a mess! I don't know how that got engulfed, but that was not good. Not good. But just happy to be coming towards the home 20, and woke up here and started listening. I just wish I would have woke up early enough to hear the Bulldog yelling.
You can always go back and catch the podcast there.
No, you're right. Maybe I'll do that in the morning on my way. My way to the yard.
We jumped at the Bulldog right out of the box. He was on right out of the box. I held off on doing the typical weather and all that. So about the first 35 minutes of the program, we chatted with the Bulldog.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, my friend, just wanted to tell everybody, be safe. Watch out for the deer, especially in Kentucky, because I've seen a bunch of them on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Travel safe, and I'll see you Sunday night. I'm going to Virginia.
Doesn't that suck to be 80 miles from the home 20? I mean, if that 80 miles, you could have slept in your own bed in the comforts of home, whereas you're having to spend 10 hours out there in a bunk.
Yep, that's it. That's what I kept saying. In fact, I called my trainer. I said, would this qualify as personal conveyance to get to go home and sleep? He said, no. So 80 miles away. And when I parked this rig, I'm in a rest area in Kentucky. When I parked it, I had 9 minutes left after my post-trip inspection. So we made it here, but it'll be a short drive tomorrow morning or in the morning.
Okay. Well, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you, Kentucky Ken. Thanks for the update there. All right, let's see. You get a quick 2-minute timeout. Back with more of your calls on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog.
your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So here we are back on a Friday, and well, maybe they'll have a vote today. There've been, I've lost track of how many times we've been told a vote will take place tomorrow, a vote will take place the day after tomorrow, and the vote doesn't take place. You know, we're talking about the infrastructure and the spending bills. The House is expected to vote today, Friday, on the social policy. That would be the one they've been calling the climate change bill and the other social policy bill. They've missed a handful of self-imposed deadlines to vote. But they're saying that they feel confident they can finish it up today. Now, this past evening, President Biden was calling various House members, urging them to approve the $1.75 trillion reconciliation bill. That's the word I was trying to find, reconciliation. Of course, Democrats want to pass that bill and the $1 trillion infrastructure measure, which that one's already been approved by the Senate. They want to get it by Thanksgiving later this month. Okay. Of course, Democrats reeling from a disappointing loss in Virginia this week. Yep. Yeah, the party is anxious now. They're eager to show they can move forward on the president's agenda, fending off Republicans in the 22 midterms election when the control of the House and the Senate are going to be on the line, as we know. Now, the nonpartisan U.S. Joint Committee on Taxation issued a report scoring the Build Back Better legislation's tax revenue provisions at $1.48 trillion over the next 10 years. So again, we'll see if the vote actually takes place today. Yeah, what do you think the odds are? Will it pass? All right, 21 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Checking in with the missing link this morning. It's been a while. How you been, missing link?
Well, how the hell you been there, King Steve?
It's been quite a while, man. Yes. Doing well, thank you. Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Well, this whole this is the thing that's puzzling me on these infrastructure bill and reconciliation. Where are we getting that money?
Well, exactly. The Democrats keep saying it's all paid for. It's all paid for. Well, no, we're borrowing a bunch of it. Is what we're doing. We're just adding to the deficit.
Yeah, it's just absolutely asinine to me how they're running this country straight in the ground, man. And I miss Trump, that's for sure. But yeah, have you heard about this other deal with what Joe Biden was thinking about? He was considering doing the either like $450,000 for families that were separated at the border. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of broke last week. Now, and he was questioned by the media about it on, I believe that was Wednesday, and he said it's garbage, as he put it. That hasn't stopped a number of Republicans from introducing a piece of legislation. I think what he was saying, well, it's not going to be $450,000, but he didn't say anything about it. It might be less than that. But so I think he's already taken enough flack about the $450,000. But who's to say they wouldn't go for $150,000 or $100,000, something along those lines?
Well, I'll tell you what. When I read that, I ain't kidding you, Steve. I about fell out of my chair when I read that. I was like, man, he can't even honestly be even contemplating this. But we need more Republicans, that's for sure. If we can get, come midterms, man, if we can get control of the House and Senate, and that's going to make a world of difference right there, Steve.
Yep.
These Democrats are running this country straight into the ground, and that's what they want. They want the American people to depend on them. That's the bottom line.
Yep.
They want us to depend on them. You know what? I don't want to depend on them, and I ain't going to depend on them. But, if we can get more Republicans in there and get back control of the House and the Senate, we'll be doing all right. Hey, by the way, you hear about that? I was reading it earlier. One of the headlines was, I guess, a Republican truck driver.
Yes, in New Jersey.
Sweeney?
The Senate president there, no less. Yes.
Yeah, I was like, hell yeah, let's get him. I think I'm, in my belief, I think Democrats come midterms. I think Democrats are going to be in for a rude awakening. So, fingers crossed.
Yes. Yep.
But anyways, yeah, we've just been doing our thing out here, staying busy, still doing the car hauling deal. And we actually me and the wife just got back from Hawaii. I spent 10 days over there on Oahu and 5 days on the Big Island. That was pretty nice, except for, I will be the first to admit it. Me and my wife both got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine so that we could go. And, but they're still making us wear the mask and everywhere that we went over there, plus had to wear them, of course, on the airline. It kind of irritates me, I guess, a little bit. You get the vaccine, but yet, they still want you to wear them. It kind of defeats the purpose of the whole vaccine, wouldn't you think?
Exactly, yeah.
But, especially when you go into, you go in to eat somewhere over there in Hawaii, so you gotta wear your mask as you walk in to eat, but as soon as you sit down, then you can take your mask off. Well, that just defeated the whole purpose right there. I just, whatever, I guess. But yeah, all in all, we had a really good time over there. I guess there's 10 days. I was ready to come back, but then after a week of being back to work, I was like, well, hell, I'm ready to go back. I'm ready to go back to Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty, I hear it's very expensive over there, correct? Everything's expensive in Hawaii.
You know what? We saved up. We actually took our bonus checks and we put them back for Hawaii. And we saved up about 10 grand to go to Hawaii on. And we maybe just spent over a quarter of that.
Really?
To go to Hawaii. Yeah, because the last place that we stayed at on the Big Island had a full-size kitchen, so hell, we just went to Walmart and bought our meals and cooked right there in the apartment where we were staying at. So
okay.
That saved a ton of money. Yeah, but yeah, we only spent maybe just over a quarter of that money. So, but yeah, we had a really good time. Rented a bike while we was over there on the Big Island, so I can scratch that off our list now. I can officially say I've rode on the Big Island now.
There you go.
Just ain't never trucked over there yet. But, all right, Steve, I'll talk to you later, buddy. Take care.
Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Yeah. It's been a while. Missing link. There you go. He mentioned the $450,000 thing. Yeah, I had the story. I had saved that where earlier this week, there were 28 Republican senators that introduced an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act to block the reported plan to spend upwards of billions of dollars to provide compensation, money in taxpayer money for settlements with illegal immigrants. Again, the story that had broke was the intention to resolve lawsuits by paying the families as much as nearly $1 million when they were separated at the U.S.-Mexico border. They said there were approximately 2,800 children removed from their parents' custody under that policy, like in 2018. Senator Ron Johnson says, listen, the Biden administration is in complete denial of the crisis that their policies have created at the border. Now, he was one of the nearly 3 dozen co-sponsors to the legislation. Listen, offering money to someone who breaks the law is just, it's going to be a magnet for more illegal immigration. Marsha Blackburn decrying the idea. Now, the $450,000 thing, again, the president says that's not going to happen, but I think they're going to proceed with this legislation because ultimately they're looking at saying you're not taking any taxpayers' money and giving it to people that broke the law. It came into the country illegally, for crying out loud. Now, the National Defense Authorization Act, that's annual legislation that authorizes spending and activities for military, defense-related items for the Department of Energy. Chuck Grassley, another senator said these settlement payments should never have even been considered in the first place. But because we can't rely on the Biden administration to make the right decision, Congress has to step in to ensure this does not happen. So, notwithstanding any other provision of law, no federal funds, no federal funds may be used for settlement payments to individuals who, as a result of their violation of Section 275A9 of the Immigration and Nationality Act of the U.S. Code. So even if they tried to bump it down to 100,000 or 50,000 or whatever it's going to be, that this legislation would say, you're not using any taxpayer funds, no money, to compensate illegal aliens. Obviously, most of the sponsors to the amendment mocking the idea, the suggestion that this only encourages illegal activity. It's going to make the situation even worse at the southern border. You're essentially incentivizing crime. Americans' tax dollars should never fund this ridiculous stunt being led by the Biden administration. But there we get a quick time out. News break. About halfway through a program on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Department of Justice is suing Texas over the state's new voting law, arguing that some measures passed by the GOP-controlled legislature early this year would disenfranchise eligible Texas citizens who seek to exercise their right to vote. The law makes a host of challenges that further tighten the state's election laws, such as banning drive-through voting and setting new rules for voting by mail. The suit is based on two provisions of the new law, one related to assistance in voting booths and another related to the rejection of mail-in ballots. The law, set to take effect in time for the 2022 primary elections, has already faced legal challenges that argue it will disproportionately impact voters of color and voters with disabilities. Those challenges could delay the implementation of the new state law. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellaraelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty. Hello to Carl. If you're still with us, Carl, got your message there. Just checking through some of my email. I thank you very much for the heads up. And sorry about your loss there. He said, we buried our daughter's fiance today. So I'm going to shut down early tonight, get a little bit of sleep. All right. Yeah, that must have been a kind of a rough day, right? All right, great to have you with us anyway. And, yes, this is the Overnight Drive complaint line.
I ain't got no complaint to that.
Okay, just checking.
And if you want me to complain, I can come up with something right quick.
I bet you could. Yeah, what's going on, Big Sexy?
Well, I take that back. I do have a complaint. You still ain't turned this freezer off down here.
Yeah, I did.
It's about 40 degrees right now. That's a little cool.
Forgot to mention that. Matter of fact, yeah, you've got the freeze warnings are more widespread tonight than they were even the previous night.
Yeah. I mean, I was saying not very long ago, man, I'll be glad when it cools down. Now I'm starting to say, I'll be glad it warms back up a little bit.
There you go.
I guess you can't make me happy, can you? Anyway, on that illegals getting money, that said to settle suit. Do they even have standing to file a suit?
That's a good
They're
question.
illegal.
Yes, I know. But you know what? This administration is actually. Remember when they were talking about sending money to Mexico and other, it was $76 million or something?
Yeah.
That included funding for legal representation.
But they're illegal. They don't have constitutional rights. They're not an American citizen.
Yep.
I mean, my gosh, people. Go over and try that. Try to cross from North Korea to South Korea and see what happens.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it burns me up. Did you get my email? Arkansas is going to fight the mandate?
I did. Yes, I did indeed. I don't know that I printed that up, but I've got it here. So they're going to kind of...
Yeah, our governor was announcing that they're going to... He backs the Attorney General's fight for it. Going to fight them.
Kind of falling in line with what's going on, like Tennessee, I'm assuming, trying to fight these mandates.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they're backing up. Our Attorney General's in with some others on that lawsuit. I mean, they're going to have to do something. I don't see how they, especially like I was talking about a while ago when they changed the definition of the vaccine.
Yep.
I mean, that ruling before was on a different definition. So that's out the window now. If anything, the CDC or whoever changed the definition might have just handed the case over, They might have just gave them the the way to fight it. Because that previous ruling that's going on was on a different definition.
Correct. That is correct. Yep.
So I think that's worth a legal fight there. Other than that, I just wanted to wish you a good Friday and a good weekend. I'm going to step back and listen to the rest of the show, and I may call you back after a while. I don't know. But no complaint line tonight.
All righty. Well, thank you for checking in there, Big Sexy. Yeah, what he sent me was there in Arkansas, Little Rock, Governor Asa Hutchinson addressing the new federal mandates when they released it January 4th, the new date. In his remarks, Governor Hutchinson says he opposes the federal mandates, saying businesses should be able to make these decisions themselves. Businesses should have the freedom to decide for themselves what is best for their businesses and their customers. Now, I said he supports the planned litigation being considered by the Attorney General and other states on the issue. These mandates would create a significant constitutional challenge, he said. This is going to impact businesses at a time of supply and employee shortages, and this is government overreach. He went on to say he believes the regulations would create an impact on the state's human development centers, including the location in Jonesboro. Each of the centers in the state would be subject to the regulations and also receive Medicare and Medicaid funding. So the Department of Human Services secretary said she believes the regulations could also have an impact on the state hospital and other state medical facilities. The Human Development Center programs also have a high turnover rate as it is. The Secretary of Commerce said the regulations could also impact small businesses, including trucking and shipping companies, which Arkansas, big state for trucking, correct? The new OSHA rules do not apply to state and local government employees, including educators, while employees who provide false documentation of vaccination face criminal charges under the mandate. So they go on and on. Yeah, interestingly, this past day, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, when they released those guidelines, this is all about, see, they started with companies with 100 or more employees, recall? There's that little wink, wink, nod, nod, as Pappy mentioned earlier. They have left open the possibility of maybe expanding this requirement to smaller businesses. And earlier, Carl sent me an email talking about the option of doing the testing. He said, you can pretty much bank on the fact that this option of doing the weekly testing rather than getting the vaccine, he said that's going to be a temporary thing too. They're going to ultimately ban that option. Get the shot or lose your job. No jab, no job. I wouldn't doubt that a bit. He's probably right. Meanwhile, about 15 before the hour, what's going on with heat wave this morning? So, hey, I saw your post that apparently not all the various truck stops and whatnot are having issues with rationing the amount of fuel you can buy on I-40. What was your observation?
Well, there were lines. That's about it. The Love's truck stop there. Oh, and I would say, good morning, Senor, and the rest of y'all. The Love's truck stop there at the Lake Havasu exit 9 on 40, just as soon as you come in from California to Arizona. I think they've got about 3 tankers that they maintain there. So I don't know if they're getting their fuel from California, and that's the reason why they don't have any issues. But, we got up to Williams. I forgot to ask them at their Love's location up there but it didn't seem like they were having any issues doling out the fuel. And Big Ed was saying that Cushing, Oklahoma, was having, they're at a 20-year low. And I know you had reported on that, but I also had thought like a week later you had reported that the supplies were slowly going back up in Cushing. So for diesel and home heating oil, so I really don't know what is going on. I'm just as clueless as the rest of us out here, So from one aspect, it's just a driver shortage delivering the fuel. Now, Love's and the Flying J Pilot, they have their own tanker division where they go out, get the fuel, and bring it to their locations. So I don't know if the Petro TA is just, they're depending on an outside carrier to bring their fuel or what. But,
okay.
Yeah, be that as it may, there's going to be a lot of multiple stops on 40 if that's the case, where you get 60 gallons here, you go down the road 200 miles or so, you get another 60 gallons, another 200 miles or so, and so on. It's going to be a lot of stopping, and that fuel is just going to go up, and that cost is going to be transferred right down to the bottom. The consumer's going to have to pay for it. So that's about all I got to say on that. I noticed there is an old classmate of mine that signed in on the show. His name is Bobby Benight, and I ain't seen that character in a long damn time. We both went to school in Rogers, Texas, many, many, many moons ago, so I'm glad to see he's still up and around. This thing about rewarding people for doing illegal acts. Well, good Lord, those illegal aliens are getting medical. They're getting Section 8 housing, or they're getting some sort of aid there. Food stamps, well, they got to live, they got to eat. And they're also getting spending money. So, I mean, what more do we need to give them? I'm under the assumption that, hey, you came over here illegally, you knew your chances, you knew how to get here legally. As far as I'm concerned, send them back. Turn them back around with no shoes on their feet and an empty stomach and torn clothing. Don't come to us expecting us to, put you in a mansion with fine clothing and fine shoes.
Mm-hmm.
We work for our what we get. It may not be the house we want, but it's the house that we could afford and the house that we are living in. It may not be the car that we want. It may not be the clothes that we want, but at least we were able to buy. We were able to afford that because we worked for it. If the government's going to be this way, where they're just going to go give money away and the bureaucrats are also happy to do so, well, screw it. I give up my license. I give up my medical card. I'm going to sit at the house and I'm going to scream, "What about me?" and then demand that I get paid just for being here. Because it seems like that's the way to make it here.
Yep. Is
you scream, and it shouldn't be, and it's not supposed to be. And these vaccines, when Trump introduced warp speed, and I've said this before, he did not make this to be a mandate. He said it's there if you want it. We knew there were going to be questions. The Democrats were screaming, "I'm not taking the Trump vaccine."
Yep.
And what do? They all take it, they turn around, and then they demand we take it. No. It's the flu shot. It's just like a flu shot. Hey, do you want to take a flu shot? Some say yes, some say no.
You know what? And people die. People will die. People will die this year, many of whom will not take a flu shot. And you know what? They have the option to make that choice, correct?
Exactly. And, I pulled out of a Teamsters Freight Facebook page with the company that I work for because of these Neanderthal, knuckle-dragging, club-carrying, thick-headed, unibrow idiots that cannot understand the English language. I said, yes, I would support a lawsuit against mandating the vaccine. I said, yes, I support your right to not take it.
Mm-hmm.
However, I have taken the vaccine on my own free volition. And they just could not understand that, yes, I am for your right not to take the damn thing. But, I'm sorry, yes, I work for a union company. No, the people in our neck of the woods ain't that damn thick-headed or stupid as these other people out there. And, yeah, the union says they support Biden. Well, that's the union hierarchy. The rest of us know better. So don't lump us all in saying, we support Democrats. No, I do not. And I will not support anybody that is a Democrat or even turns up as a rhino. I will either not vote for any of them or I'll write myself in because I know I'll be a better candidate than what these other idiots are. Oh, man. Well, for you personally right now, this is your 3 days and 2 nights. If you go to the biblical sense of what Jesus went through, being crucified by the Romans and coming back on the third day, you could look at this as, this was the Friday that you were crucified on the cross of the cancel culture.
Thank you.
You spent the long couple of nights there, and then in January, that was your resurrection month. And buddy, I tell you what, you have truly coming up, and you've made roses grow or anything that was spread around you was crap. So this is a big FU and a finger to them damn culture, cancel culture people. And buddy, let's keep you going for a good many years. I hope you stay on this longer than what you did with your previous gig. So, and not to be conceited or anything here, Steve, but it was me that mentioned it to you this yesterday morning. So anyway, it wasn't horse feathers. It was me. Unless you talked to him too, and he said the same thing.
Okay, it was you. All right. I apologize. Yep. Because I would, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would. I don't know that it would have even crossed my mind. So I appreciate you mentioning that.
Hey, not a problem. Not a problem. Well, Senor, it's always a pleasure talking to y'all, guys and gals out there. Y'all be careful. Let's see everybody back here Sunday morning, Monday morning.
There you go.
And, let's chat again.
Have a great weekend.
Good night.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Let me see here. Yeah, 24 hours ago about this time, we had been talking about and tracking that forever ongoing chase of a big rig out there in California, down in L.A. That chase, that it went on for more than 2 hours and much longer than that before everything finally came to a conclusion. All said and done, that turned out to be a nearly 13-hour ordeal. It finally came to an end Thursday morning in that stolen big rig that wound its way across the Southland before culminating in a standoff right there on the freeway, a major Santa Ana freeway. Once the truck finally came to a stop, the 6-hour standoff on the southbound 55 freeway ended about 8:35. Now, that'd be California time. 11:30 in the morning, Eastern time. The 22-year-old male driver, Brian Santana of Los Angeles, had holed himself up in the cab in the middle lane of the freeway. There was some type of communication. They finally convinced him to come out. He ultimately came out peacefully and was taken into custody. Obviously, the southbound 55, though, was shut down during the standoff, backing up traffic for miles, hundreds of drivers stranded for hours. One commuter said, "I've been stuck here since 2:30 in the morning, boss. It's a nightmare here." The more than 6-hour chase started in East L.A., made its way northwest into Ventura County, back south into Commerce, down into Orange County. During the chase, of course, the truck blew out all of its tires on multiple spike strips, but the driver kept on going somehow. It all started a little after 8 o'clock Wednesday evening when an employee from Individual Food Service in the city of Bell, just off the 5 freeway, reported that a big rig had been stolen from the company yard. The rig was stolen with about a half a tank of fuel. The driver led authorities, as we mentioned, through several cities in the San Fernando Valley, through Burbank, through Woodland Hills, continued onto the northbound 5, before merging onto westbound the 118 freeway. After learning that the trailer was empty, that's when they began using spike strips, puncturing the tires. The rig, after the tires punctured, the driver actually turned on his emergency flashers, sparks flying out from under the trailer. But he continued on without front tires as smoke appeared below it. More spike strips southbound on the 23 freeway. Even though he lost several tires in the front and back of the vehicle, he was able to continue on, making his way onto the southbound 5. They attempted another set of spike strips which proceeded to get stuck underneath the cab, apparently, and later dislodged. Just crazy. So the chase came to a stop about 3 o'clock in the morning. But again, that's when the standoff ensued, all the way up till 8:30 this past morning. Now, the exact circumstances of the theft, they say, are unknown, as well as how Santana knew how to drive an 18-wheeler. He's been booked on felony evading and stealing a vehicle. Yeah, they moved Santana from their office to the Orange County Jail, but just a crazy night, on down the interstate he went. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Votes on President Biden's domestic agenda could come soon, according to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
The president supports Speaker Pelosi and is behind any timing she feels is right.
The government is setting a January 4th deadline for big companies to make workers get their COVID shots. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky on Capitol Hill.
We know the most disruptive thing in a workforce is to have a COVID outbreak and to have workers in that workforce come down with COVID infection, severe disease, and in some cases death.
OSHA officials say this, like other occupational safety and health administration rules that apply to the workplace, will be voluntarily complied with. Any non-compliant companies could face penalties of nearly $14,000 per violation. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The Department of Justice is suing Texas over the state's new voting law, arguing that some measures passed by the GOP-controlled legislature early this year would disenfranchise eligible Texas citizens who seek to exercise their right to vote. The Texas voting law, which is known as Senate Bill 1 and signed into law by Governor Greg Abbott in September, makes a host of challenges that further tighten the state's election laws, such as banning drive-through voting and setting new rules for voting by mail. The suit is based on two provisions of the new law, one related to assistance in voting booths and another related to the rejection of mail-in ballots. The law, set to take effect in time for the 2022 primary elections, has already faced legal challenges that generally argue it will disproportionately impact voters of color and voters with disabilities. Those challenges could delay the implementation of the new state law. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
A new report shows more people are going back to work. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
Thursday morning's report by the Labor Department shows 269,000 Americans filing initial jobless claims last week. That's 14,000 fewer than the week before and the lowest total in 20 months. Richard Allison is a CEO of Domino's. He tells CNBC hiring has been a challenge for them.
Andrew, you're right. It certainly impacted us here at Domino's and broadly across the restaurant industry. It's one of the tightest labor markets we've seen in a long time. So, a lot of things that, that we're trying to do, under our control to affect the outcomes here. We've been raising wages, in our corporate stores and in our supply chain centers, adding benefits, improving our processes and bringing technology forward to improve worker productivity in our stores. But it's a challenging time for sure.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The Senate has confirmed Robert Santos as the head of the Census Bureau, making him the first Latino to lead the agency. Santos is now the Bureau's permanent director after its previous head resigned amid concerns that the agency had been used as a political tool under the Trump administration. The Census Bureau not only counts population, it also balances the number of electors to the Electoral College. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Yes, indeed. Hello to the CNI dog. Yeah, thank you. He's another contributor to the program. As in, sending various stories. Thanks to all those out there. There's so many of you that send stuff my way that I otherwise may miss. It's like a team effort. My crack research crew out there in listener land. This headline from CNI Dog, I say, well, that's a good thing as I see it. As it should be. Headline reads, Supply Chain Crisis Triggers a Renaissance of American Manufacturing. Yeah, good. Bring it home, right? U.S.-based companies are ramping up production at home in order to avoid the global supply chain crisis. Origin USA CEO says this past day, U.S. manufacturers are seeing a renaissance. Everything we do here is built off of that American supply chain, which is essential to our success. Origin, based in Maine, makes everything from apparel to footwear, fitness gear, nutritional supplements. It went full steam ahead by doubling their workforce during the pandemic and expanding operations at U.S. factories. A huge uptick in demand for American products amid the supply chain delays also led to the company buying its own 18-wheeler to ship orders. Every piece of our supply chain in the country, and none of it comes from overseas. Every piece of our supply chain is right here, he says. None of it is stuck on a ship. Roberts said he founded the company 10 years ago after experiencing the local impact of domestic mills and factories closing their doors. I watched the deterioration of my community here when all the mills and the factories shut down, all the machinery got shipped overseas. He said he could have never predicted his U.S.-made initiative would help the company avoid supply chain disruptions a decade later. This is happening across America, and I was naive enough to think, hey, yeah, we can do something about this. Well, that's pretty cool then, yep. I mean, that's employing American workers. And yeah, anything that is wholly made in America with all the supply chain products, the textiles, the glues, whatever it is, if you're relying on what's made in America, guess what? Ain't none of it sitting on a cargo ship off the coast of Los Angeles or Savannah or anywhere else. Kudos there, right? What's going on, Knuckle Buster? Happy Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, and thank God it's Friday too, buddy. I'm telling you there, I read up there in Portland, Maine, the Tuesday race for an at-large council seat resulted in a numeric tie between Roberto Rodriguez and Brandon Mazer. The two candidates both had 8,529 votes, even after a recount, Steve. The election will be settled in public. They're going to draw straws. I guess is it going to be the short one wins or the long one wins? I don't know. What's that representative's name? Lorraine Boebert?
Yes, yeah, Boebert, I think it is. Yes.
Yeah. Well, she had an AOC moment there with Trump. AOC had that dress on that white dress on that said tax the rich. Well, she put on a dress and was standing there with President Trump on with a red dress, and it had "Let's Go Brandon" written across the back. So I thought that was pretty damn
That's great.
Wow. Yeah, well, I know that's right. All right, well, let's offend some people here. Let's see if I can get it pulled up right. The 4 entrants in the college football playoff are selected from among all FBS schools by a 13-member selection committee composed of former college administrators and coaches. They can take polls, computer rankings into account, and it's an autonomous entity, and they decide who plays by weighing factors such as strength of schedule and record against common opponents. Once the field is decided, the teams are seeded with the top seed facing the 4th seed. Blah, blah, we already know all that junk there, so we'll just get rid of that mess. Let me get the next one up here and open it up. I can't open it all up at one time there. So, all right, well, I wondered who the 13 members were, Steve. So these are the guys that are the 13 members. Mitch Barnhart, he's the athletic director, University of Kentucky. Gary Barta, athletic director, University of Iowa. He's the chairperson of this committee. Paola Balbin, professor at Arizona State University. Tom Berman, he's the athletic director at the University of Wyoming. Charlie Cobb, athletic director, Georgia State. Boo Corrigan, athletic director, North Carolina State. Rick George, athletic director, University of Colorado. Will Shields, former All-American offensive lineman, University of Nebraska. Gene Taylor, athletic director, Kansas State. Joe Taylor is the vice president for athletics and community wellness, Virginia Union University. John Urschel, he's former All-American offensive lineman, Penn State University. Rod West, he's the group president of Entergy Corporation. And Tyrone Willingham, he's a former head coach at Stanford University, Notre Dame, University of Washington there. Well, I don't know how they got selected for that committee. I couldn't research that much all along there, but anyway, it's crazy. Like I told you last night, it was all about the money, and that's to me, that's always been true. So I don't know how they get selected for that, but betting on the games, here we go. Well, you can bet on the overall score of the game right up until the game starts. See, as soon as that first kickoff happens, you can't bet on the overall who wins after that. But they've got all kinds of bets you can make. Well, are they going to make a first down on this one? Are they going to kick a field goal? And even in the pro part of it, they go like, well, is Tom Brady going to make a touchdown pass?
Yeah.
Is it going to be an extra point? Whatever. And I mean, you can play that all the way to the end to even your bets up there. But here's one of the things. But even the best computer models run into situations where it's tough to predict what's going to happen. No one saw Bill Belichick's famous 4th and 2 call against the Colts coming, and good luck placing an algorithm on Les Miles in the fourth quarter. Coaching calls complicate things, but they still, and I read one where when Alabama lost this year, that was nothing but pure money for all the bookies. Them bookies went crazy getting that money in. It was tons of money. So the bookies are the winners always. And I just thought I'd share that. I still haven't figured out how them guys get elected to that committee, other than they have something to do with sports. And
yeah, how do you have the privilege of being one of the 13 members of the committee? And and obviously you got to question: are there any like conflicts of interest or biases for one school or another? It just
and they were talking about the ref. I read an article on the referees today too. That was a pretty shady deal on some of them referees getting in where they've gotten into. So. Is a ref against your team, Steve? A lot of times they are.
Yep.
Make them little wild calls, man. It makes you wonder, is it all up and up? So anyway, that's all of my baloney for right now anyway, so I'll call back in later on that loneliest tire.
All right. Have a good Friday, Knucklebuster. Thank you much. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that the tie there in the state of Maine. But yeah, according to ABC News, hundreds of people turned up to watch an unprecedented event in local election history. The winner of an open city council seat was chosen by chance, drawing a name out of a wooden bowl. None of the 4 candidates in that race for the city's at-large council seat won a majority of the vote in the municipal election. The ranked choice instant runoff determined that 2 of the candidates were tied, as he said, with exactly 8,529 votes each. In the event of a tie, the city's charter, which was amended like 10 years ago to adopt rules for administering ranked choice voting, it governs that the city clerk shall determine the winner in public by lot, meaning the winner is selected at random. So the city clerk brought an antique wooden bowl as people gathered in the plaza outside City Hall for a public drawing to determine who actually wins the seat. Both agreed to the process in advance. I mean, so your odds are 50-50, right? They both verified that their names were printed on identical pieces of cardstock, paper, folded the cards in half, placed in the bowl. The election administrator then swirls them around, while not looking at the bowl, and pulls a rabbit out of the hat. How cool is that? The whole thing where you say, every vote counts, since it's not the first time there's been an absolute tie in voting history. What if that one person that was going to vote for one or the other, right? That could have made all the difference. It is 20 past the hour. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, back at it on a Friday TGIF, rolling into the weekend. All right, who all checking in here? There's our friend Rick in Columbus. He joined us a bit earlier. Welcome in, Rick. He said, let's see, regular gas in Columbus running like $3.35 per gallon. Yep. Now, obviously, we've seen we had jumped up to close to that, and then it dropped down a bit. We were back down to like $3.05, and yeah, it goes up and down from day to day, but all right, good to have you on board. We missed the Michigan Madman. He said, darn, my phone dropped, so I'm tired, gonna hit the hay. But it was good to hear from Missing Link and say hello to the heat wave out there. All right, sorry we missed your call there. Michigan Madman, Jolly Green Giant, what's going on?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to begin with, yesterday you were talking about propane going up 25%. Well, Jolly Green called our propane company to fill up our tank for the winter, and it was almost $5 a gallon, and we're going to be paying about $250 more this year than what we did last year to fill our tanks up.
Wow.
So what you said yesterday was absolutely true. That actually, I can verify that. Also, you were talking about the mandates by 2004. Next year by January 4th on the trucking industry. And I remind Sex Maniac, put your money where your mouth is, If you're not going to get the shot, well, I guess there are going to be some guys that move up in seniority, but I'm willing to bet you that your wife is going to put her foot up your butt to make sure you get that shot because you are her meal ticket, brother. So I'm not against getting the shots, Steve, but I am against forcing people to get the shots. I think that everybody should have a right to choose.
Yep.
Jolly Green got his shot, but I support your right and your daughter's right to not get the shot if you choose not to. So I'm all for that. Also, want to let you know the campaign for Knucklebuster and Monkey Gouger is going good for president. We got plenty bologna and plenty Billy Bob beer. So that all you guys, voters out there, let's get these guys voted in the office. Now, we are putting together the cabinet, so anybody wants to serve on the Knuckle Buster Monkey Gouger cabinet, let me know. We're looking for service personnel. We're looking for a Secretary of State. And it must be somebody that has served in the military. So that, first of all, that's what we were considering Doc Holliday, maybe for the Department of Education, because he could be the smartest man out there.
That's true,
so
yes.
We're going to need him for that. We're going to need him for that position. But I just want to tell you, Stephen, it's been a very good show this week. Now, you had Bulldog on earlier, and I really don't know who that is, though I think he talks our language. If there's any way you could put his link on Facebook, it would be greatly appreciated, because I have no idea how to find him.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So this is a suggestion, Steve, because the fact is I would be interested in checking his show out because the only show I listen to is your show. I normally don't listen to other shows, mainly because what I'm looking for and the information I'm looking for, it's on your show. But either way, Steve, have a good weekend, and I'll talk to you next week.
Hey, thank you much. That's quite a compliment. Thank you, Jelly Bean. Jelly Bean Giant. All right, so all this, we've talked about oil supplies, the mandates, the executive orders Biden signed day number 1, shut down the Keystone Pipeline and all that good stuff, right? Only to turn around and begin begging OPEC and Saudi Arabia to produce more oil. We need more oil all of a sudden. OPEC and the allies held a meeting this past day, and they said, we're going to stick to our plans. They're going to raise output by 400,000 barrels per day from December, despite calls from the United States for extra supply. The White House in Washington would consider a full range of tools at their disposal to guarantee access to affordable energy. Now, they say OPEC Plus, the supply restraint, has underpinned the rally, pushing Brent crude to 3-year highs, $86.70 per barrel. Saudi Arabia has dismissed the calls for faster oil supply increases from OPEC. They call that OPEC Plus, OPEC and its allies. They say the United States has plenty of capacity to raise production yourself if you believe the world's economy needs more energy. Right back in your face. Yeah, there's plenty of oil here. Sources have said Saudi Arabia and Russia are becoming more confident that the higher prices will not elicit a fast increase in output by the U.S. shale gas industry. There you go. He said oil stocks will see tremendous builds by the end of the year and into 2022 because we're going to see slowing consumption. So they're not on the bandwagon that we need any more production. But you know what? I guarantee you they're really enjoying those $80+ per barrel prices, especially Saudi Arabia. That is their bread and butter. That's what they've got. That is their meal ticket. 90% of the country's income is oil sales. With that, it is news break time, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden met with Pope Francis at the Vatican for their first official meeting and to address 2 issues, climate change and COVID-19. Biden arrived with First Lady Jill for the meeting. He told reporters that he and the Pope prayed for peace and that the topic of abortion was never raised during the meeting. The FDA has approved the Pfizer vaccine for kids. Dr. Janet Woodcock says the vaccine is both safe and effective.
Parents and guardians can rest assured that we conducted a comprehensive and rigorous evaluation of the data on the vaccine's safety and effectiveness, and that this vaccine meets our high standards.
The acting FDA commissioner says the vaccine was found to be 90.7% effective with no serious side effects. Next, the CDC will review the recommendation, and a rollout of the vaccine could begin by next week. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Maybe this is you too. A lot of people do not like their health plan right now, but great news, you're not stuck with it. There's another choice called MediShare, and it's a great option if you're self-employed or changing jobs or part of the gig economy. The typical family saves $500 a month with MediShare, and the customer satisfaction rate is double that of typical health insurance. Find out more, including how much you'll save. Just call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's where we find ourselves, in the Hot Shot Secret bunker on a chilly Friday morning. Here, look at it. I'm seeing 37 currently outside the secret bunker. 37. But they do tell us a little bit of a warm-up is going to be coming our way over the weekend. Next few days, supposed to gradually see a warming trend. I will not complain. Meanwhile, out in Las Vegas, where the Apex show has been going, concluded this past day, concluded on Thursday. So today will be the final day for the SEMA show there in Las Vegas. So it's on over to the Las Vegas Convention Center. I know Chris Gabrelchik and the LSI chemical team have been working the Apex show there this week. I'll just assume, since Apex is done now, Chris will probably be over along with Kyle and all the rest of them out there at the SEMA show today. I'd be guessing. So there you go. Yes, final day is today, the largest auto trade show on the planet. Stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth in the Central Hall. Meet Kyle, probably Chris, and some of the other Hot Shot Secret staff. Check out all the latest and greatest powered by science products from Hot Shot Secret. And yes, indeed, the world's fastest diesel is on location, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 Pro Mod at the booth there. And Levon and Larson Miller are on hand as well. Fire Punk, that's the Fire Punk Diesel guys. So swing on by. Final day in Las Vegas for the SEMA show. Yeah, I wonder who hit it big while they're out there. You know, it's work through the day and play when the sun goes down, right? Anybody hit the big one there in Las Vegas? What's going on, Monkey Gouger?
Well, hello there, Steve-O. How's the morning going?
Hey, going well. It's Friday, TGIF.
Buddy. Hey, before we get things started, I got a question out there for the viewing audience. Who took more balls to the face? Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth, or Kamala Harris? Food for thought.
That's just wrong. That's just wrong.
Hey, did you get the number for that guy that pledged that $10,000 to the campaign last night?
Yeah, I know who it was. I sure do.
Good, because we had a meeting of the minds this morning at 5 o'clock, and we got this thing all worked out.
Oh, yeah?
We got it all worked out. Oh, yeah. We got everything laid out, got it all worked out. And we'll be making an announcement here shortly with my campaign manager, one Mr. Hillbilly Texican, and my limo driver, one Big Moose. You know, it takes a lot of blast to get Moose moving on down the road, right?
Yeah.
So that $10,000 would be greatly appreciated. But Steve, what I called about tonight is talking about the fuel shortage there on I-40. This morning, about 5 o'clock, I was a little bit worried because I've been seeing stuff on the Facebook, you know, shortages in Texas. This truck stop was out, that truck stop was out, and all this, you know. And I told the guy, you know, I might have to hold up here somewhere. I said, because I get kind of low. I pulled up to the TA this morning, Amarillo, got all I wanted. And I asked that guy, I said, y'all been having any shortages? No, we haven't. I said, well, you heard any shortages? Said, well, we've been hearing the guys over there around the Arizona stuff been bitching about it, but says we hadn't run short at all. The petrol hadn't run out. So I don't know where they were getting it. They was having all these shortages in Texas. I mean, it was all over Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
I shared some of that last evening. Yeah, I was talking about that, and I Wasn't sure what was going on. That's why Heatwave was out there trying to check for me yesterday.
Right. But now they are complaining about it in Arizona and out in that area. But I mean, you get kind of worried about things like that. I mean, you running low and running heavy, and you have to run low so you can get across the scales and stuff. But anyway, everything come out to the best, man. Everything was good, and it was good to hear old Eric Dieter's on it this morning, the Bulldog. Ain't he the one that had that Bulldog in the radio thing that went up there one night and tore that place all up where you got in there?
Yeah, he sure did. Yes, sir.
I remember that night real well. I think you was wanting to kill that dog, wasn't you?
I think there were several up there that wanted to give him a once-over for that.
When he was talking about that brought back old memories. I said, yeah, I remember one night old Steve was about ready to choke that dog out. He went up there, rearranged everything, chewed the microphones up, just raising all kind of havoc up in there. But what is your big plans for the weekend? The drinking Skullbusters, drinking more Skullbusters.
Watching some football.
What do you do when you cover the...
Watching some football. Watching some dirt track racing.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, don't forget now. The grand finale is Sunday at Phoenix, and there is one hell of a grudge match going on. Have you heard anything about it?
Grudge match? No, that I have not. No.
Well, I didn't see none of the race Sunday. Biscuit was at the house, and I was late leaving out, and I didn't get hard to listen to none of it, anything. But apparently, Denny Hamlin and Alex Bowman and Chase Elliott and old Rubberhead, all of them got into it over there. There's about 4 or 5 of them on. I don't know all the details, but anyway, they all out for blood. So I gotta think, if you want to see a good NASCAR race Sunday, don't miss this one. It's really gonna tune up. Just thought I'd drop that at you, because you can stay up just a little bit longer and still come in and do the show. Drake is a 5-hour energy and stuff. And but don't miss it, man. It's gonna be big. I done put my phone on mute for that day for 4 hours. I want to hear that thing lap to lap. Because I'd have liked to hear what happened at Martinsville. Apparently, it must have got pretty rough up there. So, anyway, Steve, I'm going to bump the dock, close my eyes, get up in the morning, do it all over again. And, hey, you have a good weekend, my man.
All righty. Thank you much. Sounds like a plan. Yep, weekend is upon us. All right, let's see, under our industry headlines, CDL Life this past day kind of highlighting, all right, it's been the ongoing debate for years, right? Shall we lower the driving age for interstate commerce to the age of 18? As we know, 18 to 20-year-olds can drive intrastate, and the argument has been, if you live in the state of Texas, you can run from one corner of Texas to the other. You can drive hundreds of miles on any given day, but you can't cross the line from Texas into Louisiana or Texas into Oklahoma. So, what gives? This past day, nearly a dozen U.S. senators asking the FMCSA to lower the age for truck drivers to operate in interstate commerce due to the mounting supply chain issues. Let's see. Joni Ernst was one, and Chuck Grassley calling on the FMCSA Deputy Administrator, Mara Joshi, to lower the age from 21 to 18. Ernst says in a letter addressed to Joshi, making more young Americans eligible to drive trucks is the next step to get American goods and services moving again. Others signed off on the letter. Who we got? Roger Marshall of Kansas, Tom Tillis, North Carolina, Kevin Kramer of North Dakota, Lindsey Graham, South Carolina, Cindy Hyde-Smith, Mississippi, Mike Braun, Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, Jerry Moran, Kansas, Steve Daines, Montana. 80 members of the House of Representatives penned a similar letter to the DOT, Pete Buttigieg, this past day, asking for the FMCSA to push forward with the under 21 commercial driver pilot program. Now, there was a version of the Drive Safe Act that's been included as a provision in the infrastructure bill that's making its way through Congress. Yeah, the Drive Safe Act. What's the pilot program for the under 21 drivers? Now, the Drive Safe Act would work by establishing an apprenticeship training program for under 21 CDL holders. Lawmakers promised this training program would ensure these drivers are trained beyond current standards while instituting rigorous safety standards and performance benchmarks. So, see where that goes, but like I said, I've heard the pros and the cons. You know, the fact that an 18-year-old can be sent anywhere around the world and given a gun and potentially lose their life trying to defend this country, but can't get behind the wheel of a big truck. I don't know. What say you? It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Always Moving. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, too. And congratulations on your new life of freedom. That was a nice thing that Bulldog said about giving you freedom, and that Chris Kabrelchek was nice enough to help provide that for you, too. That was a nice way to put it.
Yes.
And thoroughly enjoyed listening to Bulldog. I used to listen to him when he was on his other show. I had heard the commercials for his Bulldog Nation and was wanting to listen to it. I just kind of keep forgetting about it. But it was nice to hear all the different avenues and stuff that he's doing. I was really sorry I didn't know about the party at the farm. That would have been a good thing to go to unless it was a private invitation, but 8,000 people, I don't know if that was just open to anybody or what. But I would be interested in going to that again. But I will say, you know, how I'd gotten so upset after the election last year. And, you know, just watching everything dissolve, it just, you know, it had played a real mind game on me. And listening to the two of you talk, it made me want to do a cartwheel. I liked the idea of being on a team, and I liked just the whole way, you know, the two of you interacted and described it and stuff. And it's like, okay, so I'm not alone. You know, it's nice to know. And that kind of brings me to one of the reasons I enjoy calling in is where I work. There's a lot of inner city people that are there. They don't understand my life in the country. They don't understand common sense things. And when my farrier used to come out, the guy that comes out and trims the horse's hooves and stuff, he works up at the same city where I do, and he had worked up there for years. And I said when I started working up there, I said, you know, they're just different up there. And he said, they are, aren't they? I mean, he jumped on it right away. And I said, I don't know what it is, but I said, it's like they're all angry or something. And he said, yes. He said, yes, you'll find that with the inner city people. He said, they have that edge. They're just mad about everything. And I said, they think that I'm, you know, like I've always got an ulterior motive, or, you know, that everybody's out to get them and they're always watching over their shoulder. It's a very different mindset. And so it's taken a long time to kind of try to fit in and make them understand that, you know, when I offer you a cookie that I've baked, I'm offering you a cookie I've baked. It's not because I want something in return. But anyway, when I hear everybody on the radio at night, it's more people that I communicate on my level, if that makes sense.
It does.
And I think that's what I enjoy about it is these are more, the people that call in are people that I can relate to on a much, much faster level than when you say something and they just, other than just say that they throw attitude at you, it's that attitude coming at you 24/7. It's just like, please back it off. I'm out in the country here. We don't have attitude. We go about, we're nice. We have neighbors. We love everybody. It's a whole nother ballgame. But also wanted to add, when the reporter asked Biden about the immigrants getting the money, illegals, I'm going to say immigrants, the trespassers, getting the $450,000, and he said that's garbage. When he said that, he sounded like someone with common sense, like he was having a lucid moment. That's stupid. You wouldn't do that, and then he said that was garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And so this morning I was on looking online, and I guess the White House is now trying to walk it back, saying, no, this is really in the works, and it's in the works because this will be cheaper than having to settle all the lawsuits, and this will be cheaper for the American citizens because we are having to right all of the wrongs from the previous administration. And when I read that, and I was blown away, I'm like, oh, here we're trying to save America money.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to pay these people and save them money. How sad. I mean, these people, they are, I don't know what they're not thinking at all clearly up there. And I mean, I don't know anyone that agrees with that other than the people that are trying to shove it down your throat and tell you that bend over because we're going to screw you and take money out of your pocket to pay to somebody who broke the law.
Right.
That's just absolutely absurd. So anyway, I heard that, and just after I read that, my phone died, so I didn't get to hear if anybody else had commented on it or whatever. But anyway, that's all I have. Have a wonderful weekend. I have worked this weekend, this week. So I have one more day to go, and then I think during the OSU game, I'm going to be crashed out on the couch watching that. So
okay.
I hope I'm awake to watch it.
All right. Well, enjoy.
But you have a great weekend, and have a nice time. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you checking in. Always moving. There you go. About 7 before the hour. We return into here on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'm not sure how or why Jolly Green had to pay nearly $5 a gallon. I don't know, does the price vary that much around there? Charmaine sent me an email a few minutes ago. She said, just got my tank filled this week, and it was $2.29 a gallon. Now, last year at this same time, it was 99 cents per gallon. I'm glad I had put some money back. Anyway, I enjoyed the program, listening in. Hey, great to have you with us, Charmaine. Yeah, what's going on? Gilligan, hey there. Happy Friday.
Hey, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yeah. Happy Friday to all the drivers out there. Well, let's face it, Jolly Green ain't exactly for known for handling the truth exactly all the time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, right.
But knowing to stretch it a little bit, I'm going to touch on something. I'm wondering, I seen this on Facebook today, and I thought I know the one part is true, that they're trying to get to where they're going to tax our 401k in the States. Now, is there anything in this new bill to go on through with that? Start taxing 401k contributions. Do you know anything on that?
I've not seen or heard. I mean, I do know that there's tons of stuff in it that we know nothing about at this point in time. But it wouldn't surprise me a bit.
One
yes.
of these bills that's like thousands of pages long.
Yep.
Or something. Well, there's another thing. Now, I hadn't heard of this. Now, supposedly it's in the Democrat platform start taxing 30%. I've checked on it online. The only thing I can find is Biden has never said that's part of his plan, but supposedly it's part of the platform. I'm wondering if that might be snuck into this bill. All the stuff in it. I mean, that would cause a lot of people to lose their houses. I mean, my home ain't that big. It ain't that fancy. That'd probably close $6,000 a year if they go by the raise back. You know anything about that?
I don't know a whole lot of what's actually in the bill, honestly. I know, all you hear is that it's addressing climate change. It's addressing, more money for this and more money for that. But no, I haven't seen any breakdowns on what's actually in it.
I haven't either, man. I think they're keeping it awful hush-hush. Well, these are probably some of the hidden tax plans in this bill. They say it'll pay for itself. So this is probably how they're going to pay for it. They're going after the middle class, probably going after our 401ks, saying we got to pay property tax because obviously we're rich because we own our home homes and stuff. I would not put it past. I'm not saying positively sure the stuff that's in this bill, but it's highly suspicious because these have been spoken of before. How else are they going to pay for all this? What is they got a 1.75 trillion now?
Right.
I mean, that has to be paid for. Well, then again, like we said on this show before, we deal in reality. Basically, they don't. One thing I'm going to suggest, Jolly Green brought up about the new building the cabinet. I have a nomination for Knuckle Buster's cabinet. Maybe Knuckle Buster ought to think about putting Grump in as Secretary of Transportation. I think he'd make a good one, don't you?
There you go, yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, I am proud to announce that GMA Enterprises is getting ready to fire up the factory, and we'll be making shirts, hats, buttons, and it's going to say "Save Our Baloney" and have Knuckle Buster and Monkey Gouger's picture on it. What do you think? Just remember, GMA Enterprises will treat you you right. Thank you, and have a good weekend, Steve.
All right, I pulled up the generic outline of what's in the Build Back Better framework, the Build Back Better Act, as they're calling it. Yeah, again, that's the $1.75 trillion, the reconciliation bill. I mean, it's just the general overview, but hey, we'll get into that final hour coming up on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden met with Pope Francis at the Vatican for their first official meeting and to address two issues, climate change and COVID-19. Biden arrived with First Lady Jill for the meeting. He told reporters that he and the Pope prayed for peace and that the topic of abortion was never raised during the meeting. The FDA has approved the Pfizer vaccine for kids. Dr. Janet Woodcock says the vaccine is both safe and effective.
Parents and guardians can rest assured that we conducted a comprehensive and rigorous evaluation of the data on the vaccine's safety and effectiveness, and that this vaccine meets our high standards.
The acting FDA commissioner says the vaccine was found to be 90.7% effective with no serious side effects. Next, the CDC will review the recommendation, and a rollout of the vaccine could begin by next week. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
The Supreme Court has ruled in favor of Maine Governor Janet Mills' COVID-19 vaccine mandate for healthcare workers. The High Court denied a request to block the mandate. 3 conservative justices, Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, and Clarence Thomas, dissented, taking issue with the mandate for not including a religious exemption. That was the crux of the lawsuit by healthcare workers who objected to the requirement. The Liberty Council, a national religious nonprofit, filed the lawsuit on behalf of 8 healthcare workers and 1 provider who said they rejected any medicine or procedure developed with or aided by the use of fetal tissue. The group said the mandate also violates First Amendment protections of freedom of religion. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who wrote a concurring opinion, said she voted with the majority because the case was brought up on the Supreme Court's emergency docket, and the justices didn't have full briefings or oral arguments. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
The U.S. Southern Command is making some big changes.
U.S. Army General Laura Richardson becoming the first woman to lead SOUTHCOM. U.S. Army General Laura J. Richardson becoming the first woman to lead U.S. SOUTHCOM, which provides operations for Central and South America and the Caribbean.
But she will tell you that being first doesn't matter when you're focused on being the best. And that's exactly what she is.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin presiding over the change of command ceremony Friday afternoon in Doral, Florida, saying he has complete confidence that General Richardson will continue to make this command better. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Congressman Adam Kinzinger, a Republican from Illinois who's been one of the GOP's most vocal critics against former President Trump, is saying that he's going to leave Congress. Kinzinger said he won't seek re-election in 2022 after a new Illinois redistricting map put him in the same district as a more Trump-aligned Republican. Kinzinger was one of only a few House Republicans who voted earlier this year to impeach former President Trump over the January 6th Capitol attack. Kinzinger, who is one of 2 Republicans on the House committee investigating the January 6th attack, said more extreme elements have taken over politics and that dehumanizing others has become a path to survival. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, Gilligan asked the question, what's in, what's out? All right, so they whittled things down from $3.5 trillion to $1.75. Supposedly a vote coming our way later today at some point in time. We'll see if they actually vote this time around. Topping the list, obviously, combating climate change. To the tune of over $500 billion. Slowing the rate at which the Earth warms, which means transitioning away from fossil fuels. $555 billion for climate and clean energy investments. As written, the plan would cut more than a gigaton of greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2030. A roughly 50% reduction compared to the 2005 levels. Let's move on. Child care and universal pre-kindergarten. $400 billion for child care and preschool through programs funded for 6 years, in addition to expanding access to universal preschool for all 3- and 4-year-olds. The plan also limits child care costs for some families to no more than 7% of their income. Now, parents would have to adhere to work requirements to qualify for that. Medicare expansion. This heavily debated provision would expand Medicare to cover hearing services. They eliminated a proposal for Medicare to also include dental and vision benefits. Bernie Sanders was insisting on that. All right, let's see. Joe Manchin believes, hey, the solvency of Medicare itself should be addressed before you try to extend the program. You've got the child tax credit, the extended child tax credit. They expanded the child tax credit for 2021. That goes back to the COVID relief bill. That was the other $1.9 trillion plan. They want to extend that through 2025. The updated framework just gives it 1 more year, which the White House said would provide more than 35 million households up to $3,600 in tax cuts per child. All right, that's where they're sending out these monthly payments, $250 or $300 per child. All right, housing, healthcare, immigration provisions. Let's see, $150 billion to build or improve more than 1 million new affording housing units. Help with rental and down payment assistance. Investments in maternal health, community violence initiatives, Native communities, and supply chain resilience. For healthcare, the plan would lower premiums by an average of $600 per person for more than 9 million Americans who purchase insurance through Obamacare. And it would provide coverage for up to 4 million Americans who are currently uninsured. There's another $100 billion to reform the immigration system. Now, what do you mean by that? If included, it would raise the price tag from $1.75 trillion to $1.85 trillion. Previous attempts to tuck immigration into the package were knocked down by the Senate parliamentarian. Okay, not clear whether this proposed investment in the immigration system is going to pass muster. What they did in the negotiations cut from the bill. They cut the whole 2-year community college, free community college out, reducing prescription drug prices was also cut from the plan. Paid family and medical leave, which we had talked about, they had talked about 12 weeks. That they cut that down. Let's see. In the end, paid family leave was cut out entirely out of the compromise proposal. This is likely to anger some Senate Democrats who've been pushing hard for that. How they plan to pay for it. All right, a 15% minimum tax to be imposed on corporate profits that large corporations report to shareholders. A 1% surcharge on corporate stock buybacks. That would raise $450 billion in new revenue, so says the White House. The global minimum tax and the new surtax on the wealthiest Americans, as well as bolstered IRS enforcement. They want to go after the people that owe taxes. Let's see, a 5% tax rate above those with an income over $10 million. Another 3% surtax on income over $25 million. They say the new surtax would raise another $230 billion from the highest earning taxpayers. The total new revenue, they say, under the proposal would total nearly $2 trillion. So they're saying these tax hikes will offset the cost of the entire bill. That's the way they're trying to sell it. That's why you hear the Democrats saying it's all paid for. It's all covered. Okay, meanwhile, back to the phones we go. What's happening this morning? Rhonda, it's been a while.
Yeah, it has. I've been kind of listening to the tires and the engine. And usually I'm, paying attention to the dog. But I got a few snippets of things. Did you see the picture that I sent you on Messenger?
I did indeed, yes.
That's made out of plywood. I saw it on a flag. I got a guy at home that will make me any sign I want.
I like that.
So I got that. I'm going to hang that. I know, right?
The revenge
Isn't that cool?
tour.
I just got to be careful where I hang it. Because the neighbors, I got a few neighbors that are on the wrong side. And I'm afraid they'll start shooting at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then shoot the house. So even though I'm back to work, I still don't want to go home to bullet holes in my house. But I thought it was pretty cool. Always moving. The reason there's a different mindset of country folk to city folk, I was raised a country folk. I still think like one. There's fresh air in the country, and most people that live on a farm are too busy to get involved with all the drama and stuff in the neighborhood. All the farmers are tired. You mentioned Las Vegas. The one and only time I was in Las Vegas probably was way back with Victory Express. And my cousin lived there at the time, and my aunt and uncle from Tucson were there at the time. And I hit a jackpot in nickels, and my aunt took all my nickels out of that little thing in the machine and give them to my uncle and said, "Here, turn these in." I told her I'd never gamble with her again, ever, because I had to bum $2 out of that money off of her to get a wiener going back to the car. So I've never gambled. I've never gambled. I told you, you're about as much fun gambling with as my dad would be. And it's like, I'll tell you guys what that sign said that I sent to Steve.
Yes.
Says Trump 2024, the revenge tour.
The revenge tour, yes.
You betcha. You betcha. And I'm already getting stuff, and I'm sure everybody else is. for the Trump campaign. Okay? He hasn't officially said he was going to do it, but, I'll donate to him. I won't donate to the RNC. Forget them. They ain't done nothing to help him.
Yeah.
I send back some of their information or some of their money they want in an envelope. I'll put on the front of the envelope, return to sender, and I'll put below that, when you start being Republicans all year round, I'll think about it. They're only Republicans at election time.
Correct.
So, but I got to give the Pennsylvania Turnpike credit. I don't do it often, but they sure been busy shoveling these deer carcasses off the interstate. I know it by the grease marks where the blood stains are.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. Ohio Turnpike. A couple of weeks ago, I was going east, and I didn't see it till it was too late, or I'd have moved over, and I had a truck next to me. There was a buck on the shoulder, right on the other side of the white line, and he'd been hit, but he was still alive, and he was sitting up looking at traffic, and I felt bad. I buzzed him, but I also called the state patrol for the turnpike and told them they probably ought to go out and dispatch him, and I'm sure she probably wanted to know where I learned that at. I watched too many wildlife cop shows, but it's just sad. And there was like that trip out to Winchester and back, I saw 3 bucks on the turnpike. 2 were dead and 1 needed to be dead.
Wow.
So, but tis the season. I get it. But, there's an awful lot of grease spots on the PA pike. And where I run in, I'll bet Kentucky's hot down. I used to watch them in the mornings early when I was running Louisville every day. And down there around the 22, I've seen them in the median grass laying in a circle, like in a defensive or offensive mood. Every one of them looking in different directions. That's the only place I've ever seen that. But I've been listening. I just, I get my scrambled thoughts from what you talk about and what other people talk about, and this time I finally remembered some of them.
Well, there you go. All right. All right.
Good weekend. Safe weekend, everybody. I'm only running 4.5 days a week, so. But you guys all take care and safe travels.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
I'll talk
Glad
to you
you're
sometime.
back out on the road, and thanks for checking in this morning. Yeah, I mentioned the deer hunting season gets underway. I'm not sure how many. Minnesota coming up this weekend. I guess it varies from state to state, right? Hey, in the state of Iowa, and if it's in Iowa, it's probably in surrounding states. It's maybe everywhere. The discovery that up to 80% of white-tailed deer in Iowa may be infected with COVID has scientists worried that they could become a reservoir for variants that could come back to haunt humans. All right, the new study, samples were collected, lymph node samples from hundreds of dead deer across the state from April of 2020 through January of this year. Researchers believe it's likely that the virus is rapidly spreading among the deer. No evidence to date of deer to human infection, but authors of the study and Iowa wildlife officials are warning deer hunters and others that have contact with deer. Take precautions, they're saying. The veterinary microbiologist who led the study, which hasn't been published in a peer-reviewed journal, said, "We were shocked to find widespread infection in deer. It was effectively showing up in all parts of the state. We were kind of dumbfounded. There's no reason to believe that the same thing isn't happening in other states where the deer are present. If the virus were to become widespread in deer and other wild animals, there's a chance it could eventually morph into a new variant, passed back to people and resistant to the existing vaccines. Now, if deer can transmit the virus to human, it's a game changer, according to a veterinarian at the University of Wisconsin-Madison who studies the evolution of infectious disease that moves between animals and people. To have a wildlife species become a reservoir after transmission from humans is very rare and unlucky, as if we needed more bad luck. Now, this guy wasn't even involved in this study, but earlier studies have found a number of other animals are susceptible to infection from COVID. That includes ferrets, primates that have been intentionally infected in lab experiments, zoo animals that have caught the virus from their handlers, captive mink that were sickened after being exposed by farm workers. In the case of the mink, Denmark slaughtered its entire population of 17 million farmed mink after scientists discovered they could pass the virus back to people. The virus had also picked up mutations after infecting the mink, but officials said none of them were troubling. But I don't know, the deer. I don't know what sort of precautions you need to take when you're dressing the deer, right? 22 past the hour. Just a heads up, you've been forewarned. Back to the calls in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, what do you know? Apparently, we've all been wrong about the Jolly Green Giant. You know, he loves those French pastries, those croissants. We're wrong. Well, I did not know. When you think of French pastries, croissants are definitely the first thing that comes to mind, but surprisingly, they did not originate in France. The crescent-shaped pastry was actually invented in Vienna, Austria in the 13th century. It's believed that in the early 1800s, a baker began to sell these delicious pastries in Paris. Thus, the rest is history. How about that? What's going on, Rambler? How the heck you been?
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, overnight drive nation, from the Hudson Bay to the Florida Keys, from the Empire State to the Golden Gate. We're coming to you live, loud, and in living color as only we can come to you. We're talking about the host, Steve Sommers of the Overnight Drive, and the good Reverend Rambler, coming to you as only we can come to you. And hallelujah, I'm glad to be. And what have I missed?
Oh, because you've been out of the mix for a few days?
That is right, kind sir. I've been out of the mix for a few days. Sound like I missed an awful lot. Good, glad to have the Bulldog on there. I thought he was trying to support the number one ranked Georgia Bulldogs, which we're right behind them. I heard what's her name a while ago. Moving on, talking about LSU game. Well, I'm gonna be sitting there on Saturday shouting "Roll Tide, roll!" And LSU, who? LSU? You mean that sorry team out there in the red stick that can't keep the coach? Much like Auburn, our in-state rival. That Cal College out there on the plains can't keep a coach. They can't play football either. But no, we've been out of the mix for a few days, brother. My youngest son had to have spinal surgery, courtesy of a hereditary back disease that was passed on from dirty diapers to me, to both my two little boys. And this is my second child that's had to have spinal surgery. Thank God for the Shriners in Shreveport, Louisiana. He's able to get 2 titanium rods and 23 screws in his back, and we got him all straightened up. Steve, he went in there at 5'3". When they put them 2 rods and them 23 screws, he come out 5 foot. He come out 5'10". Wow, that's just how messed up his back was, brother.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. The sad part was, before God called dirty diapers home, he really wanted to be there. He kind of like monkey gouger there. I still like calling monkey gouger monkey spanker, but I know it's handle monkey gouger. He loved them. He loved them grandbabies, and just cancer got the best of him. And last night I listened into the show, and I talked about having that pill that would not the pill, that blood test that could test for 98 forms of cancer. I'm like, wouldn't it have been awesome if they would have caught that with my father?
Yes.
Before. And it's a shame, when they first discovered he had cancer, it's when the COVID outbreak happened. So kept on putting it off. So finally, when he finally got into the doctor to see that he had cancer, he was already at stage 3. And like I said, they could have caught it at stage 1. But, oh, well, everything happens for a reason.
Yes.
But I'm glad to be talking to you, my dear friend, and glad to be talking to everyone out there. I want to say hello to Cat Mom. I want to say hello to Buckwheat, Fly Rod. And I'm glad to know that he's checking in with us. And if he's called and told about his miracle, I missed it. If I missed it, I'm sorry. I had to go back and try and listen to it. But, and everyone else out there, just want to say hello. And we're just glad to be, coming on with you, talking to you. And we're still going strong, Steve, at Determined Ministries Church. Lord's gave me a great word coming out of the book of Galatians. We're coming out of the book of Galatians this Sunday and the book of Hebrews, and got a great word. And I'm looking forward to bringing that gospel canon this Sunday at 7 o'clock p.m. You can tune in, watch us at 7 o'clock p.m. Determined Ministries Church, and listen. When you get done with me, please stay up a couple hours.
There you go.
Give Steve a call on Sunday night, Monday morning. That's right, we got to, because it's a lonely night, man. And I'll try and call in Sunday night, Monday morning. But y'all come on, tune in to us, get filled up with the gospel, and then y'all come on and call Steve. Steve, I know I'm looking at the clock. It's 29 past the hour. I know you coming up on a news break. Look, one more minute, one more second, I'm going to tell you. There's a lot of drivers out there who are in the cab by themselves. I was out there 7.5 years. I know what lonely is. And there's so many people that have not heard the words, I love you. You hadn't heard that word in quite a while. To have someone, another human being tell you that they love you. You're going to have a human being right now tell you that they love you. And that human being is this old boy right here, Rambler, who my real name is Perry McDaniel. I am a real preacher. And I'm going to tell you that love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And Steve, I love you. And if you ain't said, if anyone's listening and you ain't had no one tell you they love you, I'm telling you now, I love you. God bless you, Steve. We'll talk to you on the flip side.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden met with Pope Francis at the Vatican for their first official meeting and to address two issues, climate change and COVID-19. Biden arrived with First Lady Jill for the meeting. He told reporters that he and the Pope prayed for peace and that the topic of abortion was never raised during the meeting. The FDA has approved the Pfizer vaccine for kids. Dr. Janet Woodcock says the vaccine is both safe and effective.
Parents and guardians can rest assured that we conducted a comprehensive and rigorous evaluation of the data on the vaccine's safety and effectiveness, and that this vaccine meets our high standards.
The acting FDA commissioner says the vaccine was found to be 90.7% effective with no serious side effects. Next, the CDC will review the recommendation, and a rollout of the vaccine could begin by next week. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of Sennett syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sennett syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right. Thank you much, and welcome back here. Truck and Phil on board, as usual, here on a Friday. Morning, Steve Summers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Friday. A mild 27 degrees this crispy Friday morning. Have a great, safe weekend, everybody. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make the flip back. There you go. 6 days till Veterans Day, 20 days till Thanksgiving, 50 days, just 50. Wow, Christmas will be here before you know it, huh? All right, he got an email from Country Boy. He said, hey, this whole thing about climate change, he said, Steve, there's a station on California Avenue in Chicago that has removed all their gas pumps and the in-ground tanks and replaced them with charging stations. There's another on Central Avenue in the process of doing the same thing. So, yeah, they're serious about this BS in the big lib cities. All right. I know that's part of that $500 billion regarding climate change. I think billions of that are going to be going into putting in those various charging stations, the infrastructure around the country for the electric vehicles, right? Let me see. Would that be Eagle?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm out here tonight. I just came back out on the road today after being at home. Yeah, a couple of days, but I'm going to run this truck pretty hard the next couple of weeks before Thanksgiving. I take off a couple more weeks when Thanksgiving comes. Yeah, you know something, Steve? I'm going to talk about the vaccine. Well, I was going to talk about the border situation, but ain't really much going on right now. Those people haven't made their way to the U.S., but they're on their way right now. They headed up through Mexico, so they might arrive sometime next week. So we'll have something to talk about when these people arrive to the U.S. border. But I want to talk about the vaccine deal, Steve. It's going on now, you know, in the sports industry. What's going on with some of these NFL teams, and we talked about a couple of weeks ago about this college coach at Washington State University who lost his job because of refusal of taking the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we got another player with the Green Bay Packers, probably if not the biggest name, one of the biggest names in professional football, Aaron Rodgers. It's been determined, which I have no problem with what the guy did. It's been determined that he lied about his vaccine status. About 2 or 3 months ago, he told the NFL reporters that he had been vaccinated. And come to find out, a couple of days ago, he tested positive for the coronavirus. So he's not going to be allowed to play this Sunday in a big football game that they got. And he might not be ready to play in another 2 weeks for the next game. But here's the problem I have with the situation. Aaron Rodgers has the right to do what he wants to do with his body. If he doesn't want to take the vaccine, he shouldn't have to take the vaccine. And the NFL is trying to mandate that this man does something, that puts something in his body that he doesn't want to do. Sports, they're getting the two involved in it, Steve. You know, with sports, these people, Joe Biden and his people have stepped over the line as far as I'm concerned. You know, I told you this weeks ago. When you start determining that people lose their job, people determining how they pay their bills, losing their homes, cars, whatever, because of a vaccination mandate, makes absolutely no sense. And not when Joe Biden is allowing people into the USA unvaccinated. It doesn't work like that, Mr. Joe Biden. But like I say, people are not going to put up with it anymore, and they're getting fed up with it. And one other thing I want to say right quick, Steve, I really think that something strange is going on in the U.S. I've been hearing this for weeks now, and you guys been talking about the fuel and stuff like that. But I walked into a store tonight, and I had been hearing people talk about they walking in the stores and the shelves are empty. And I walked into a Dollar General store tonight. I was gonna buy me some water and some other things, and the whole shelves was just completely empty. No milk, no cheese, no ham, and refrigerated meat, and nothing. The whole shelves are just empty. Now I want to know where is this food disappearing to? Because I've heard other people say that grocery stores that they walk into, the shelves are empty. Now where is this food going? Why are these shelves empty in America? This is the USA, not North Korea. So like I said, American people, they better wake up and see what's going on. These people are determining your future right up under your eyes. While you worried about the next football game that's going to be played this weekend, the United States government has other plans for you. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Hey, Eagle, good to hear from you. I wondered you waited till Friday to get a hold of us, but there he is, back on the road. I guess we'll be hearing from him more. He's going to be out there the next couple of weeks. He said, he mentioned Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, supposedly Rodgers is furious that his vaccine status was leaked. He has not spoke to the media since, I don't know who leaked the information, but it was revealed that he was not vaccinated for COVID-19. But like Eagle said, what the hell? Hey, that's his choice, is it not? Now, he told reporters back in August at a press conference he was, quote, immunized. I could say, yeah, I'm immunized. I've had all the vaccines, save for the COVID-19 vaccine. Was it a play on words, maybe? Now, the NFL doesn't share the names of players who have or have not been vaccinated. Yesterday, the NFL announced they're investigating whether Rodgers and the Packers had violated the COVID protocols. Failure to properly enforce COVID protocols could result in discipline being assessed against individual clubs. Anyway, the Packers coach said he's 100% confident that the protocols have been followed in the team's football spaces. Neither one of them, the coach nor Rodgers, had received any disciplinary action as of this past evening, but correct, Rodgers will not be playing this Sunday versus Kansas City. And seeing as he was not, quote, vaccinated, not seeing anything about what his symptoms are. I see no mention of, has he just got mild symptoms, the runny nose and all that kind of stuff, or is he actually pretty sick? So we'll see if that comes out in the coming days. I'll have to go back and watch the replay of Tucker Carlson. He opened his broadcast Wednesday following the election, pushing back against the policies and the politics of the Democrats. Kind of making fun. He said the Democrat Party's answers to COVID and tack on race issues is what was rejected by the voters. What's kind of funny is the headline. The party that is calling to fire truck drivers is suddenly losing elections to truck drivers. Yeah, that incredible upset, the victory there in New Jersey, the truck driver that spent less than $200 or whatever on a campaign to upset the 10-year Senate president in the state of New Jersey. That's great. Morning to the CNI dog. Happy Friday. What's happening?
Good morning. Good morning. All right. Is political humor okay? I hope.
Of course.
Well, if it isn't, I'm pretty sure you'll let me know. All right. You remember Teddy Roosevelt in the history books and Eisenhower? Teddy Roosevelt was known as Rough Rider, I believe. And Eisenhower was known as Ike. I like Ike. I think I'm correct on that. I wonder if Joe should be Manili. Manili. And then he hangs out with Manili. Never mind. I'm surprised he didn't choose his old buddy from back in the day, Corn Pop, because he was a real bad dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Corn Pop was a bad dude. Yes.
Yes, he was. I think Babs should come out with a concert because I know a lot of these Hollywood celebrities are running out of money. You can look it up. Like Michael Jordan can't sell his house, and Sylvester Stallone and a bunch of other people. You can look up that list and share that with people. So I'm wondering if she should go back with one of her best songs she sang out there was The Way We Were. I think The Way We Were tour would be really, really booming, you know?
Yeah, if we could only go back to The Way We Were.
Gwen Stefani, I think she should get out there too and be inspired by Jen and sing the song I Ain't No Circle Back Girl. So
that has a good ring to it. I like that. I ain't no circle back girl. Yeah.
Yep. And then I'll leave this with you. I don't run a CB radio, but if I did, I would tell the guy back there behind me that has no taillights and one headlight.
Yeah, 10-4, good buddy. You need to get that truck fixed.
You know? And I'll leave you with this.
Number you're reaching no longer in service. Please check the number and dial again.
Have a good weekend there, CNI dog. Thank you, sir. Back into
live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, they say seeing is believing, and looking at the photograph, that is just downright bizarre. Gary posted this. I'm not sure if it's at his house or not, but I mean, it's a photograph. Someone who obviously throws some food out on the back deck for the wildlife to come and feed on every night. You know, the nocturnal critters. And they snapped a photograph here. There are 2 raccoons, 1 opossum, and a skunk, all just up there on the deck. They're all eating whatever it is they threw out there on the back deck. And huddled up back in the corner is their house cat, all scrunched up back in the corner. He said Miss Puss is wondering why everyone's on her deck. What the hell's everybody doing up here? Okay. Don't startle the skunk, right? Happy Friday, Larry.
Good morning. Good morning. I wanted to touch on what Rhonda said about the deer population over on 71, northbound and southbound. I think we've talked about it before, but from the 22-mile marker until about the 30-mile marker, deer population in the median is very, very, very thick. You can go by there in the morning or late evening and see them grazing right in the open field area, and their habitat is right in that section. So anybody coming up south or northbound on 71 from the 22-mile marker up to the 30, you got to keep your head on a swivel all the time.
How about that?
Steve, have you heard about I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I was not aware of that. Wow, that's crazy.
Well, they live right there in the median, and I'm surprised that I guess natural resources folks haven't tried to thin them out because they cause a lot of property damage. I don't think there's been any serious injury accidents, but there's a lot of property damage accidents right in that section. Have you heard about the problem over on 64 from the Ohio River up to about the 123, 125 mile marker, 64 eastbound and westbound from the Ohio River up to that mile marker? Have you heard about that animal problem?
I have not. What is it?
Well, there's a lot of bears every morning, and it seems that the speed limit there is 55. And every morning there's one or two trucks that have been able to meet new friends with a little light show because those bears are populated right there.
Very interesting.
Every single morning, Steve. I mean, it's, the rest of the interstate is, I guess, it's 65, but it's 55 in that section, and you come up a pretty long hill after you leave the Ohio River, but once you top that hill, you got a couple little flat spots. So I'm sure after running that hill, they want to kind of open it up a little bit.
Yep.
But every single morning, so it's a highly populated area for those kind of wildlife.
Gotcha. You have been forewarned, in other words.
Exactly. Laying it out there for you. So everybody have a great weekend. As always, I love the show. And by the way, my friend Roy Wesselman has been watching the show a lot. He's out of Cincinnati. He is formerly known around the area as the Horse Whisperer. He's a firefighter, and he has a lot of experience and training in large animal rescue. All the years I've been involved in first responder, I've never seen anybody any more passionate about rescuing, whether it's a cow, whether it's a horse or whatever. His heart's in it. He does a great job with it. And happy to see you on board there, Roy Wesselman.
All right, good deal. Thanks for helping spread the word, Larry. Have a great weekend. Looking forward to my Inspirational Friday. He'll be sending out that email here in a bit. All right, Hot Shot Secret, Hot Shot Secret will not be on location, but the racing continues there. 25th Annual World Cup Finals in Mechanicsville, Maryland. Right on through the rest of the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They've already been racing the last couple of days if you want to get by and catch some of the action there. They're also underway in Orlando, Florida. The World Street Nationals at Orlando Speed World Dragway, which they call that the granddaddy of all door slammer racing. Again, we won't be there live on either location. Everybody's been out in Las Vegas this week. But Hot Shot Secret is indeed sponsoring the coverage, the racing coverage, the live feed from both Mechanicsville, Maryland and Orlando, Florida via Flow Racing, if you'd like to check out some of the action here over the weekend. And with that, we close it out on a Friday. Thank you so much for all those participating here throughout the week. Have a great weekend. Again, join us Sunday night as we roll into a Monday morning, get a new week started. We'll be back here with another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love.